This rap dispute, this beef, is more important than just a theme. No editing, no Photoshop, natural lighting. So I hit you up with the video real quick before I take this off. No editing, no Photoshop, natural lighting. one shirt for guys. Si te digo que te amo, que tu amor me tiene enfermo, que aproveche y con más ganas me das lo que quiero. Me envenenas como ángel, hacerte de susurros, y por eso todo este tiempo yo no duermo solo. And things you need to understand. One, when you're winning, keep your mouth shut. Two, don't tell people. Looking to have your own unique logo? Crazy how you managed to make me into a sponsor. You got me paying for shit. Yeah. Well, my bad. I throw some ones, baby. You do that dance on me, baby. I throw 1,000 more. Keep shaking that ass on me, baby. Yep. She wanna put that. Wanna lose me?
It's only been 10 minutes. Calm down.
that the ancient Egyptians tell us in many of their texts that everything they knew was a legacy. It was all
Who the fuck that is?
the gods, and I don't construe the gods' name.
Beneath the sands of modern-day Sudan and southern Egypt.
Who the hell is that? Hey, it's 4:30 in the morning. It's 4:30 in the morning. Why in the hell is you even up right now? What is you doing? Huh? I'm confused as hell. Why are you not asleep right now? Hello? Well, you don't have to answer me, but I'm just letting you know. It's pretty fucking early to be on YouTube watching me. You not sleepy still? You ain't want to go back to sleep? Jesus Christ. I ain't even got no coffee going on or nothing. Let me Well, I actually just came from the gym, so I still got on my gym clothes. I'm gonna go fix me a cup of coffee and take these gym clothes off and put on some paint clothes, and I'll be right back. BBL Drizzy, BBL Drizzy.
Lies the story of a civilization whose architectural prowess rivaled that of the ancient Egyptians, the Nubians.
I think we're looking at hints and clues that something is missing in our story.
Known for constructing more pyramids than their northern neighbors, the Nubians created a kingdom of extraordinary wealth, culture, and power. But as the tides of history shifted, their grand structures were gradually reclaimed by the desert, and their story obscured by the sands of time.
I want to know what else is going to be found that hasn't been investigated yet at all. We're just touching the edge of a huge mystery.
Where did this great civilization go? And what secrets do their ancient cities and towering pyramids still hold? The Nubian civilization, nestled along the Nile River in what is now Sudan and southern Egypt, stands as one of Africa's oldest and most fascinating civilizations.
A great civilization that had been destroyed and that had left some survivors who had come to Egypt.
With a history that stretches back to the Neolithic period, Nubia is celebrated for its complex social structure, advanced architectural prowess, and dynamic interactions with ancient Egypt. The story of Nubia's exploration and its archaeological significance unfolds with intriguing depth, particularly when considering its ties to Egypt. During the 19th century, as European powers expanded their reach across Africa, scholars and archaeologists often accompanied colonial expeditions, initially focusing on the pharaonic marvels of Egypt due to their spectacular allure and global fascination. However, these explorers soon ventured into modern-day Sudan, where they uncovered the rich heritage of Nubia.
Yes, there's been some archaeology in the rivers, but not very much.
Richard Lepsius, a pioneering German Egyptologist, was one of the first to document Nubian antiquities extensively during his Prussian expedition from 1842 to 1845. His meticulous records and sketches provided a detailed overview of Nubian archaeological wealth, charting numerous sites including temples, tombs, and entire settlements previously unknown to the broader scholarly community. Yet these early explorations were not without their challenges. Adventurers faced harsh climates and political instability, and their initial perceptions of Nubia were often clouded by colonial biases, frequently underestimating the sophistication of the Nubian civilization in comparison to their northern neighbors, the Egyptians. Nubia's relationship with Egypt was marked by periods of both conflict and cooperation, with Nubian kings at times dominating Egypt, especially during the 25th dynasty, also known as the Nubian dynasty. This era is crucial for understanding the significant influence Nubians had on Egyptian politics, culture, and religion. Pharaoh Taharqa, a notable ruler of this dynasty, oversaw an era of considerable architectural and cultural achievements, with extensive building projects in both Egypt and Nubia. His contributions in Thebes and Karnak, showcasing a blend of Egyptian and Nubian artistic styles, are particularly well documented. The rediscovery of the Nubian dynasty has been pivotal, highlighting the Nubians not just as conquerors, but as integrators who significantly enhanced the Egyptian state's infrastructure and cultural life. Turning our gaze to a broader horizon, comparing Nubia and Mesopotamia offers fascinating parallels. Both civilizations flourished around mighty rivers, the Nile for Nubia and the Tigris-Euphrates for Mesopotamia, providing the fertile ground that supported dense populations and the development of complex societies. Just as Nubia interacted with Egypt, Mesopotamia had dynamic relationships with its neighbors, engaging in both cultural exchanges and military conflicts. Architecturally, while Nubia is renowned for its pyramids and monumental temples, Mesopotamia is credited with the development of ziggurats and the pioneering use of brick as a primary building material. Both regions also developed their writing systems, with cuneiform in Mesopotamia and Meroitic scripts in Nubia, which were vital for administrative, religious, and cultural expressions, remaining crucial for archaeologists and historians in understanding these ancient societies.
If you wish to pass information to a distant future, you wouldn't be smart to just write it down. How can we know that our script is going to be readable by any other culture, let's say 10,000 years in the future?
George Reisner's pioneering archaeological work in Nubia at the beginning of the 20th century has dramatically enhanced our understanding of the ancient kingdom of Kush, shedding light on a civilization that was at various times a rival and a partner to ancient Egypt. As a professor at Harvard University, Reisner was dispatched by the Harvard University Museum of Fine Arts Boston expedition to delve into the historical mysteries of Egypt and Nubia. His investigations in Nubia were among the first to apply scientific archaeological methods in the region, establishing new standards for documenting the excavation process that would influence future archaeological endeavors. One of Reisner's most groundbreaking efforts was his excavation of Kerma, which he identified as a key cultural and political hub of the Kingdom of Kush. This discovery was particularly significant as Kerma's importance had previously been overshadowed by more well-known Egyptian sites. At Kerma, the most striking find was the Defufa, a towering mud brick structure that remains one of the largest and oldest of its kind in the world. Reisner suggested that the Defufa served a religious and possibly administrative function, a topic that continues to spark debate among scholars regarding its specific role. Further excavations at the royal cemeteries in Kerma unearthed a wealth of information about the burial customs of the Kushite elite. The tombs revealed a rich array of grave goods, including pottery, gold, and bronze artifacts, which spoke of a highly sophisticated culture with expansive trade networks. Additionally, evidence of human sacrifices at these sites suggested that the Kushites engaged in complex funerary rituals, underscoring the depth of their religious beliefs. The layout of Kerma, as uncovered by Reisner, indicated a highly organized urban center, complete with residential areas, production centers, and extensive fortifications. This insight provided a new perspective on the urban planning and architectural sophistication of the Kushite civilization, challenging the then prevailing notion that Nubian culture was perpetually subordinate to that of ancient Egypt. Instead, Reisner's findings highlighted the distinctiveness of the Nubian civilization and its ability to influence and control vast territories, including parts of Egypt at various times. Reisner's systematic approach to excavation and his rigorous documentation practices set new benchmarks in the field of archaeology. He was a pioneer in using stratigraphy for dating purposes, which allowed for a more accurate understanding of the chronological sequence of the sites he excavated. The legacy of his work continues to serve as a foundational resource for subsequent research on Nubia, inspiring generations of archaeologists to further explore the complexities of Nubian history and its interconnections with other ancient civilizations. As we continue to unravel the intricacies of this ancient society, Reisner's contributions remain invaluable, providing a robust framework for understanding not only Nubia's past, but also the broader narratives of ancient world histories. The rediscovery of Nubian pyramids and the archaeological efforts to save Nubian heritage in the wake of the Aswan High Dam's construction have provided profound insights into this ancient civilization.
Archaeology is often driven by accidental finds. Maybe a road is going to be built, maybe a railway is going to be built. A lot of archaeological discoveries are made as a result of that.
Nubian pyramids offer a stark contrast to their Egyptian counterparts. These structures are characterized by their steep and narrow sides and much smaller bases, ranging from approximately 6 to 30 meters across, unlike Egypt's Great Pyramid of Giza, which spans over 230 meters at its base. constructed with stepped courses of horizontally laid stone blocks, Nubian pyramids typically feature a small chapel at the base facing east, housing offerings and a stele with inscriptions about the deceased. The burial practices within these pyramids reveal a lot about the Nubians. These pyramids were not just final resting places, but also a testament to the wealth and power of the Kushite royalty and elites, reflecting a hierarchy and religious practices influenced by, yet distinct from, Egyptian traditions. Moreover, the art and hieroglyphic inscriptions on the walls of these pyramids offer critical insights into the religious beliefs and daily life of the Kushites, often including prayers and spells similar to those found in Egyptian texts, but adapted to local contexts and deities, highlighting the syncretic nature of Nubian religion. Continuing on the theme of comparisons, looking at Nubian and Mayan pyramids side by side offers fascinating insights. Both civilizations built pyramids, yet their purposes and designs reflect different cultural priorities and environmental conditions. Nubian pyramids, primarily serving as tombs for royalty, featured steep sides and narrow bases and were constructed of stone. In contrast, Mayan pyramids, often broader and less steep, served primarily religious purposes, hosting rituals and sacrifices at their summits, often accessible via a series of steps.
If you have a relatively short time frame to deal with, then searching for a lost civilization becomes much more complex and much more difficult. But if you have a very long time frame to deal with, there's much more material to investigate.
Was the city of Petra always known as Petra? From the Bible, we learn that the oldest name for Petra is Seir.
Beneath the rose-red cliffs of Petra, an ancient city carved into sandstone holds mysteries that have puzzled scientists for centuries.
First organization of human beings that deserve to be called a civilization.
Recent discoveries in this lost city have surprised experts, challenging our understanding of ancient civilizations. As shadows reveal new celestial alignments on the grand facades and columns during the equinox, we are left wondering, what secrets do the stones of Petra still hold?
I don't think we're looking at coincidence here. There's too much going on. I think coincidence is a very weak explanation for what's happening.
The story of Petra, often called the Lost City, stretches back to as early as the 4th century BCE, when it was founded and rose to prominence by the 1st century BCE as the capital of the Nabatean kingdom. Nestled in the cliffs of vibrant red, white, pink and sandstone, Petra was at the heart of a bustling trade empire. Its strategic location on the spice trade routes connected it with far-flung regions from China and India to southern Arabia, and onto Egypt, Syria, Greece and Rome.
You go to Egypt and you'll find influence of the Nabateans. Everywhere we look, we find some reference at some time to the Nabateans.
The city thrived not just commercially but culturally and architecturally, demonstrating advanced techniques in water conservation. Its engineers crafted an intricate system of dams, cisterns and water channels that sustained both the city's population and its agriculture through harsh desert conditions. However, following its annexation by Rome in 106 CE, Petra began to experience a slow decline. Initially, it flourished under Roman influence, but as trade routes shifted towards the sea and devastating earthquakes struck in the 4th and 6th centuries, the city gradually lost its former glory. By the time the Islamic conquests swept through in the 7th century, Petra was reduced to a shadow of its former self, mainly inhabited by a few local Bedouin tribes who lived among the ruins and closely guarded its secrets. Throughout the Middle Ages and well into the 18th century, Petra remained enveloped in obscurity, particularly to the Western world. The Crusaders controlled the region briefly in the 12th century and even established a fortress there, but knowledge of Petra's once grandeur was limited to local tribes and a few knowledgeable Arab scholars. The renowned 14th century explorer Ibn Battuta mentioned Petra during his travels, describing it as a remote place with buildings impressively carved into rock faces. This period in Petra's history mirrors that of another.
Good God, man! Stop eating those, you're gonna blow up! No, I'm not. The numbers on the scale just...
Crusaders controlled the region briefly in the 12th century and even established a fortress there. But knowledge of Petra's once grandeur was limited to local tribes and a few knowledgeable Arab scholars. The renowned 14th century explorer Ibn Battuta mentioned Petra during his travels, describing it as a remote place with buildings impressively carved into rock faces. This period in Petra's history mirrors that of another ancient city, Machu Picchu in Peru, which also remained hidden from Western awareness until its rediscovery in 1911 by Hiram Bingham. Both cities were advanced in manipulating their natural environments, Petra with its sophisticated water management systems, and Machu Picchu with its terraced fields and intricate urban planning. The prolonged European ignorance of Petra lasted until the 19th century, with the region fading into the realm of myth and legend. Many in Europe were completely unaware of Petra's existence, despite ancient texts hinting at the architectural marvels that lay hidden in the Jordanian mountains. This mystery persisted until explorers reintroduced Petra to the Western world, bridging the gap between ancient lore and modern recognition. Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, born in 1784, was a Swiss traveller and scholar whose profound curiosity and academic prowess led him to significant contributions towards the Western understanding of lost or lesser-known ancient sites. Mastering multiple languages and immersing himself in various cultures, Burckhardt developed a particular fascination with Petra, an ancient city whose whereabouts had slipped from European knowledge. In preparation for his explorations within the Ottoman Empire, Burckhardt relocated to London in 1806, where he joined the African Association, an organization committed to the exploration and mapping of Africa. He further honed his expertise at Cambridge University, studying Arabic, geography, and the cultures of the Middle East. It was here that he meticulously constructed his alter ego, Sheikh Ibrahim ibn Abdallah. This identity was not just a cover to mask his European roots and exploratory motives, it was a deep dive into cultural assimilation, allowing him safer passage and a more authentic experience in predominantly Muslim territories. Burckhardt's journey to Petra began in 1812, framed as a pilgrimage to sacrifice at the tomb of the prophet Aaron on Mount Hor, which cleverly concealed his true intent to locate and document Petra. He had pieced together clues of the lost city from discussions with local traders and vague references in ancient manuscripts. His travels from Syria to the Arabian Peninsula were fraught with challenges, from regional conflicts to the unforgiving desert landscape, yet his guides as an Islamic scholar provided him crucial cover. Upon his arrival in Petra, Burckhardt was met with the breathtaking view of the Sikh, a narrow gorge stretching over a kilometre, flanked by towering walls as high as 80 metres. This passage led him to Petra's most famous and enigmatic structure, Al-Khazneh, or the Treasury, carved directly into the blush-coloured sandstone cliffs. Its facade displayed an exquisite blend of Nabatean, Greek, and Roman architectural elements. Petra's entrance, known as the Sikh, is far more than just a gateway. It's an architectural wonder in its own right. This narrow gorge, carved directly from the towering sandstone cliffs, stretches for about 1.2 kilometres and varies in width from a mere 3 to 16 metres. As you walk through, the walls, which soar to heights of over 80 metres, dramatically frame your approach, guiding you towards the heart of Petra, ending at the magnificent Al-Khazneh. Along the Sikh, you'll notice a series of ancient water channels, a testament to the Nabateans' advanced hydraulic engineering skills. They devised these systems to capture and conserve the scarce desert rainwater. This strategic narrowness of the Sikh also offered a natural defense mechanism, much like the historic pass of Thermopylae in Greece, providing a fortified barrier against potential invaders. At the end of the Sikh stands Al-Khazneh, or the Treasury, which, despite its name, was likely built as a mausoleum or temple around the 1st century CE. This iconic structure is renowned for its stunning facade, decorated with a blend of Hellenistic architectural elements and native Nabatean motifs. It features a grand portico supported by 6 Corinthian columns and is adorned with intricate bas-reliefs, including depictions of Castor and Pollux, twin brothers who were revered in mythology for their role in protection and safety. The urn perched atop the facade fused local legends, with Bedouins believing it concealed ancient treasures, hence the name the Treasury. This blend of myth and architecture draws parallels to the ornately decorated temples of the Egyptian pharaohs, which were also rich in cultural and mythological significance. Petra's architectural landscape is a rich mosaic of influences, reflecting its historical significance as a cultural and trading hub. The city's structures blend Nabatean rock-cut artistry with classical Greek, Roman and later Byzantine styles. This fusion is visible not just on the facades but throughout the city's layout, which includes a Roman-style colonnaded street and a theatre capable of holding over 3,000 spectators. Carved directly from the rock, Petra's theatre echoes the design of ancient Greek theatres such as Epidaurus, yet it is uniquely Nabatean in its execution, showcasing their extraordinary skill in stone carving. This architectural diversity highlights the city's role as a melting pot of various civilizations throughout history, each leaving their mark on its stones and streets. Among the monumental structures in Petra, the monastery known as Agdea stands out for its architectural splendor akin to that of the treasury, yet it occupies a more secluded and solemn location. The journey to reach the monastery is an adventure in itself, involving a challenging climb of over 800 steps carved directly into the rock, which naturally limits the number of casual tourists who visit. Originally constructed as a Nabatean temple in the 3rd century BCE, the structure was later repurposed as a Christian chapel during the Byzantine period. Its facade, adorned with a massive urn and framed by towering columns, rivals the grandeur of the Parthenon in Athens. However, the isolation of the monastery adds a layer of spiritual retreat, contrasting with the civic pride of the Parthenon. Petra's allure as a mysterious and adventurous location was catapulted into popular culture by its appearance in the film Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. The movie features Petra's treasury as the fictional entrance to the final resting place of the Holy Grail, which not only captured the imaginations of viewers worldwide, but also significantly boosted tourism to the site. This depiction in the film perfectly aligned with the themes of discovery and exploration, underscoring how media can dramatically shape the perception and economic realities of archaeological sites.
We have this curious stonework, and we also have it at Alakahoyuk in Turkey. Exactly the same kind of thing. Is this a coincidence, or is there something going on behind the scenes of history that we've not been informed about?
Imagine a time long before the majestic pyramids of Egypt ever touched the sky, a time when early humans were just beginning to leave their mark on the earth. Nestled in the rugged landscapes of southeastern Turkey lies Göbekli Tepe, an awe-inspiring archaeological site that predates Egypt's ancient wonders by over 6,000 years. Uncovered less than a century ago, Göbekli Tepe challenges everything we thought we knew about the dawn of civilization, suggesting that the blueprint for advanced human societies was drawn up not in the shadow of towering pyramids, but within the mysterious stone circles of the world's first temple. Göbekli Tepe's strategic location in the Jurmas mountain range not only offers a stunning panoramic view of
35 minutes, I ain't do shit yet. It's all good though.
But at an altitude of about 760 meters, it also provides a naturally defensible position. This area is historically significant, having played a key role in the dawn of human civilization. The site was first encountered in 1963 during a survey by Istanbul University and the University of Chicago, but its true importance wasn't immediately understood.
Chicago fucked that shit out?
Archaeological
I ain't know
methods
that.
primarily focused on identifying sites that showed obvious signs of settlement or fortification. Göbekli Tepe, with its large, freestanding stone structures that lacked any residential or defensive characteristics, did not meet these criteria. The visible limestone slabs, enormous and roughly worked, were mistaken for natural formations or primitive grave markers rather than elements of an advanced structure. This led to its initial dismissal as a site of medieval or even older graves without further investigation. Moreover, there was a cultural bias towards sites that could be linked to known historical narratives or civilizations, and Göbekli Tepe's carvings and constructions did not immediately suggest any connections with the well-documented Mesopotamian cities or other known ancient cultures of the region. The site's fortunes changed in 1994 when Klaus Schmidt, an archaeologist known for his expertise in Neolithic sites, revisited the overlooked mounds. Schmidt, having previously worked at Navali Sori, a site with similar, albeit less sophisticated T-shaped pillars, recognized the potential significance of Göbekli Tepe's unique pillars. He saw that these were unlike anything found in Neolithic settings at that time. Starting in 1995, Schmidt directed systematic excavations with a meticulous approach aimed at understanding the cultural context of the site, rather than just cataloguing its artifacts. He proposed that the monumental stones were part of early ritualistic practices, a theory that shifted the narrative of prehistoric research. Following Schmidt's death in 2014, the excavation and research at Göbekli Tepe have continued under the guidance of the German Archaeological Institute and the Sanliurfa Museum. Their ongoing efforts have been crucial in piecing together the site's complex use over time. An often drawn comparison is between Göbekli Tepe and Stonehenge in England. While both are megalithic structures from the Neolithic period, Stonehenge, which was built around 3000 to 2000 BC and features astronomical alignments, is significantly younger than Göbekli Tepe, which dates back to around 9600 BC. This nearly 6,500 year difference highlights Göbekli Tepe's place as one of the oldest temple complexes ever discovered, suggesting that the capabilities and cultural practices of early Neolithic societies were far more advanced than previously believed. Unlike Stonehenge, which served as both a burial ground and for celestial alignments, Göbekli Tepe appears to have been used purely for ritualistic purposes, with no evidence of permanent settlements or burials. This indicates that monumental religious structures could have predated settled agricultural life, challenging previous assumptions about societal development during the Neolithic era. Radiocarbon dating at Göbekli Tepe offers a captivating look into the early Neolithic period, identifying it as one of the earliest
along this line, this like scaling trend for AI, where the signs were that you didn't have to be clever, you didn't have to come up with necessarily a revolutionary new algorithm or be smart about it. You just had to take what works and make it way, way, way bigger.
Who's that?
And the significance of that is you increase the amount of computing cycles you put against something, you increase the amount of data. All of that is an engineering problem, and you can solve it with money. So you can scale up the system, use it to make money, and put that money right back into scaling up the system some more. Money in, IQ points come out.
That was kind of the 2020 moment. Like
that's what we said in 2020, exactly.
I spent about 2 hours trying to argue him out of it. I was like, no, like we can keep working at our company because we're having fun. Like we like founding companies. And yeah, he just like wrestled me to the ground, and we're like, shit, we gotta do something about this. We reached out to like a family friend who, he was non-technical, but he had some connections in government, in DOD, and we're like, dude, the way this is set up right now, you can really start drawing straight lines and extrapolating and saying, you know what, the government is going to give a shit about this in not very long, 2 years, 4 years, we're not sure, but the knowledge about what's going on here is so siloed in the frontier labs. Like, our friends are, all over the frontier labs, the OpenAIs, the Google DeepMinds, all that stuff. The shit they were saying to us that was like mundane reality, like water cooler conversation, when you then went to talk to people in policy, in even like pretty senior people in government, not tracking the story remotely, in fact, you're hearing almost the diametric opposite. This is sort of like overlearning the lessons of the AI winters that came before, when it's pretty clear like we're on a very, at least interesting trajectory, let's say, that should change the way we're thinking about the technology.
What was your fear? Like what was it that hit you that made you go, we have to stop doing this?
So it's basically anyone can draw a straight line, right, on a graph. The key is looking ahead and actually at that point, 3 years out, 4 years out, and asking, like you're asking, what does this mean for the world? What does it mean? What does the world have to look like if we're at this point? And we're already seeing the first kind of wave of risk sets just begin to materialize, and that's kind of the weaponization of risk sets.
What's good?
So you think about stuff like large-scale psychological manipulation of social media.
It's early for me. I just woke up like 2 hours ago. So are you just getting up, or have you not been asleep yet? Because some people just stay up all fucking night and don't go to bed until like 5 or 6 in the morning. I got up at 3, got to the gym about 4. I got to the gym about 4. Did like a 35-40 minute workout. Came back, straightened up the kitchen, made up my bed, made some coffee. Now we've been in the studio for a little while, just kind of chilling. About to start working on this painting right here. Just getting up. I know that's right. Early bird get the worm, bro. Early bird get the worm. Some people wake up just like now. They'll wake up, probably got to take a piss or something, go to the bathroom, and then they'll lay back down and go back to sleep. Now, when I wake up in the morning, I'm up. I just stay up. So I woke up at 3, and I felt like I could have probably went back to sleep. But I was like, shit, I'm already up now. Might as well do some stuff. Might as well do something since I'm up. You know, don't waste the hours. Then burn the hours away sleeping. So what's your plans for the day? You get 4 hours sleep? Nah, I went to bed like 9. I be getting a lot of sleep, bro. Shit, I got 6, 7 hours of sleep. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. That's 6 hours of sleep right there. Shit, I sleep for 6 or 7 hours because I be up so early. Yesterday I got up a little later. I got up like 4:30, probably about 5 o'clock yesterday morning. I did 5 hours in the studio yesterday morning, then I took a break, did some errands, played some video games, then I came back up in here. I did like another 2 hours. Yesterday I got about 7 hours in the studio. That wasn't bad. And then I took my ass to bed about 9:30. I would sleep like a bitch. I'm old, man. I don't be staying up late. I try to sometimes. Nah. We be up early. So what we working on? So I've been doing these feet paintings this year. Started the whole reader series. So yeah, for a couple years I've been doing these feet paintings. This is the first one. This is called Todro with the weed. Then we did that one, Strawberry Toe Jam. So this is weed. This one is strawberries and honey. And then this one is chocolate syrup and bananas. I should be, man, but hey, I feel the same way. I've heard other people say the same thing, bro. That's why I keep doing it, man. I keep plugging away. I try to spend a lot of time in the studio. I really think it's just consistency. Hopefully one day the right people will see my shit, man. I think some of my ideas are pretty unique. Try to create images that I haven't seen or that seem powerful to me. So that's why I did my whole reader series. I worked on this series for 10 years. I worked on that shit for 10 years, bro. I got so many of these paintings. There's 18 of them. And this one is a little different. My foot fetish series is different, but that's good. I like different. I like making shit that I haven't seen. So a lot of people don't get it. A lot of people think it's weird, but my argument is, how much money do women spend on manicures and pedicures? Women like their hands and their feet to look nice and be soft, and I like that shit too. I like nice, pretty manicured nails and toes. So, hey, give it a like, give it a share. We'll get there one day, man. Cause I just try to stay consistent. I feel like consistency is key. I'm gonna just keep pushing my ideas. Like I said, I think some of my ideas are kind of cool, kind of different. Especially the new series I'm working on is really different. We're gonna be painting giants and doing like some mythical type stuff, some legend type stuff. So we'll see. But appreciate the the encouragement, bro. Somebody said that yesterday. I'm actually streaming live on YouTube right now too. Yesterday somebody jumped in my YouTube. There's like, dude, why aren't you going viral yet? I'm like, I don't know. I haven't figured out the algorithm like that. We'll get there though. Somebody will see it. I I uh I have made some pretty decent accomplishments with my art career over the years though. So locally though, like locally, I'm the shit. I can officially say that. Like locally in my area, I'm the shit, yo. And people know me. People are well aware of my art. I've done like tons of shows. I've done lectures. I've done um, like workshops. Uh, I've done everything as far as art goes. So people around here know me. It's just I gotta get a wider area now and start moving out more different places. A couple years ago, I did California. Uh, I did a lot of work with some universities in Tennessee, Tennessee State University. Then I did East Tennessee University, um, the Kansas City University. One of the local universities actually purchased a piece for me to keep in their private collection. So uh, it's there. It's a slow roll right now, but like I tell every other artist who's trying to do it, when you're not motivated, stay consistent. Consistency is key, man. Keep pushing the art, keep making art, keep trying to develop your ideas, your concepts, and make art. If that's what you're passionate about, just make art. Whatever kind of art you make, whether you're writing or producing music, dance, theater, visual arts, whatever it is, just do that shit. And I'm to the point now where if it never goes anywhere, I still feel like I spent a lot of my life just doing what I enjoy doing because I really do enjoy painting. You know, it's do podcasts too. Yeah, I've done tons of interviews. Contact influencer, promote you and your work, do podcasts. Yeah, I've been interviewed a lot, man. Uh, so let's see if we Google TravisPrincest. So just Google my name, my Everhart Museum workshop, my Instagram pops up. Meet Travis Prince, Access News, another Access, another Hope Horn interview, Black Scranton interview, on my LinkedIn, The Edric Show interview, Focus Journalism interview, PA homepage, some more of my stuff. But this one was a really good one. Most people don't find their passion in life, you know? And then people who do know their passion in life, like, they go full throttle on it. It's like, that's what we do. That's who we are. You can't turn it off, you know? You can't. So I've been interested in art my whole life, ever since a small child. I was just always the art kid. After high school, I really didn't do a lot for a long time. I was a knucklehead. One day, this numb sensation, like... So, I got that. Welcome to another episode of Electric City Television's Roundtable Discussions. I'm your host, Travis Prince, and today my guest is Rose Daniels. Hey, Rose, how's it going?
Pretty good. Thanks for having me. Yeah. So glad to be here.
Exactly. I'm so excited to have you here, too. So the first thing I want you to do for our viewing audience is to just tell a little bit about yourself. Where you're from, where you went to school at, where you grew up at, things like that.
Well, I'm from New York, and I grew up in Long Island in a town called Elmont, and I went to Elmont Memorial High School.
Welcome to another episode of Electric City Television's Roundtable Discussions. I'm your host, Travis Prince, and today my guest is Nala Messiah. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
So it's been a long time coming. I remember I asked you a little while ago to do an interview with me, and you're finally here.
Yes.
So I did, it's not like I'm not doing stuff. I just don't know how to push it harder than what I'm doing. Welcome to another episode of Electric City Television. I mean, I've interviewed other people, man. Like I say, locally, and like my TV show, it's on our public access channel. Like you can turn on your TV and watch this on TV. You don't have to go to YouTube or none of that. It's on TV. So like I have a TV show. This thing right here that I use to hold my brushes when I'm painting. Bruh, I made that. Yo, Cooperson. What's good, bro? What's good, Cooperson? Abdurman? I don't know how to. Hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie. I'm about to butcher your name. About to butcher the hell out your name. So, hey, we trying, man. I try all different kind of stuff, man. I done did. You name it, I done it. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I say I don't even try to brag, but I done did it. I done did everything I can think of. Hello, hello. How are you, bro? Good mornings. 2014. Hell, I don't know what else to do. Honestly, I done did so much shit, man. I can't figure out what else. I think motherfuckers just hating on me. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers hating on my greatness. Hey yo, the guys don't want me to be great for some reason. Like I say, man, shit, I'ma stay goddamn consistent though. Stay consistent. It's not even social media really. It's it's actually getting art in front of people. Like I love doing museum exhibitions. So I really think I need a New York gallery to host me one time. That's all I need, yo. Let me get in New York one time, yo. Get my name out there popping. I even be doing. So for my new series with my giants, this is how I make my giants. I do everything, bro. You want to do motherfucking AI art? I got you, bro. This might be one of my next paintings right here. This shit fire. That shit too hard. And I made these like a couple months ago. 7 weeks ago. That's almost 2 months ago I did this shit, yo. This technology it gets better every week. Like week by week it gets better. So I haven't really played around on it in a couple weeks. But today I'm gonna paint for a little while. But I definitely have to get on here. Man, that shit look like real ham and mushrooms and eggs on toast, bro. Like, you can't tell me this shit not looking good right now. Paint Dubai City. I don't know. I don't do a lot of landscapes. Hello, hello, and bye. Oh damn, you just popped in and popping out. That's what's up, bro. I've been here for an hour just kind of chatting, having my coffee and smoking this morning. But we're gonna start painting. Need a little painting done. So what I'm working on this canvas now is I'm trying to add the final layer of detail to the fabric. So I got this half of it done yesterday, like from in between here and all the fabric here and all the fabric here. So now I need to do the fabric here and underneath this foot, and then that'll be done. After we finish the fabric, we'll start the first detail layer on the bananas. So I might as well just go ahead and hop into this really was trying to find something interesting to listen to. Oh, but I can't because I'm on Instagram. And if I listen to YouTube shit on Instagram, it'll turn my stream off unless I listen to my own stuff.
Because everything you say is true. This.
Actually really easy to do now. You train a model on just a whole bunch of tweets. You can actually direct it to push a narrative like, you know, maybe China should own Taiwan, or, you know, whatever, something like that. And you can train it to adjust the discourse and have increasing levels of effectiveness to that. Just as you increase the general capability surface of these systems, we don't know how to predict what exactly comes out of them at each level of scale, but it's just general increasing power. And then the kind of next beat of risk after that. So we're scaling these systems. We're on track to scale systems that are at human level, like generally as smart, however you define that, as a person or greater. And OpenAI and the other labs are saying, yeah, it might be 2 years away, 3 years away, 4 years away, like insanely close. At the same time, and we can go into the details of this, but we actually don't understand how to reliably control these systems. We don't understand how to get these systems to do what it is we want. We can kind of like poke them and prod them and get them to kind of adjust, but you've seen, and we can go over these examples, we've seen example after example of, you know, Bing Sydney yelling at users, Google showing 17th century British scientists that are racially diverse, all that kind of stuff. We don't really understand how to like aim it or align it or steer it. And so then you kind of ask yourself, well, we're on track to get here. We are not on track to control these systems effectively. How bad is that? And the risk is, if you have a system that is significantly smarter than humans or human organization, that we basically get disempowered in various ways relative to that system. And we can go into some details on that too.
Now, when a system does something like what Gemini did, like what it says, show us Nazi soldiers, and it shows you Asian women, and like, what's the mechanism? Like, how does that happen?
So it's maybe worth, taking a step back and looking at like how these systems actually work, you know, because that's going to give us a bit of a frame too for figuring out when we see weird shit happen, how weird is that shit? Is that shit just explainable by just the basic mechanics of, you know, what you would expect to happen based on the way we're training these things, or is something new and fundamentally different happening? So we're talking about this idea of scaling these AI systems, right? What does that actually mean? Well, you imagine the AI model, which is kind of like, you think of it as like the artificial brain here that actually does the thinking. That model contains, it's kind of like a human brain, it's got these things called neurons. We, in the human brain, call them biological neurons. In the context of AI, it's artificial neurons, but it doesn't really matter. They're the cells that do the thinking for the machine. And the realization of AI scaling is that you can basically take this model, increase the number of artificial neurons it contains, and at the same time, increase the amount of computing power that you're putting into kind of like wiring the connections between those neurons. That's the training process.
Can I pause you right there?
Yeah.
How does it does the neuron think?
Yeah. So okay. So let's get a little bit more concrete then. So in your brain, right, we have these neurons. They're all connected to each other with different connections. And when you go out into the world and you learn a new skill, what really happens is you try out that skill, you succeed or fail, and based on your succeeding or failing, the connections between neurons that are associated with doing that task well get stronger. The connections that are associated with doing it badly get weaker. And over time, through this like glorified process really of trial and error, eventually you're going to hone in and really, in a very real sense, everything you know about the world gets implicitly encoded in the strengths of the connections between all those neurons. If I can x-ray your brain and get all the connection strengths of all the neurons, I have everything Joe Rogan has learned about the world. That's like basically a good sketch, let's say, of what's going on here. So now we apply that to AI, right? That's the next step. And here, really, it's the same story. We have these massive systems, artificial neurons connected to each other. The strength of those connections is secretly what encodes all the knowledge. So if I can steal all of those connections, those weights, as they're sometimes called, I've stolen the model. I've stolen the artificial brain. I can use it to do whatever the model could do initially. That is kind of the artifact of central interest here. And so if you can build the system, right, now you got so many moving parts. Like if you look at GPT-4, it has people think around 1 trillion of these connections. And that's 1 trillion little pieces that all have to be jiggered together to work together coherently. And you need computers to go through and like tweak those numbers. So massive amounts of computing power. The bigger you make that model, the more computing power you're going to need to kind of tune it in. And now you have this relationship between the size of your model, the amount of computing power you're going to use to train it, and if you can increase those things at the same time, what Ed was saying is your IQ points basically drop out. Very roughly speaking, that was what people realized in 2020. And the effect that had, right, was now all of a sudden the entire AI industry is looking at this equation. Everybody knows the secret sauce. I make it bigger, I make more IQ points, I can get more money. So Google's looking at this, Microsoft, OpenAI, Amazon, everybody's looking at the same equation. You have the makings for a crazy race. Like right now today, Microsoft is engaged in the single biggest infrastructure in human history.
Build out. The biggest infrastructure build out. Yeah.
$50 billion a year, right? So on the scale of the Apollo moon landings, just in building out data centers to house the compute infrastructure, because they are betting that these systems are going to get them to something like human level AI pretty damn soon.
So I was reading some story about, I think it was Google, that's saying that they're going to have multiple nuclear reactors to power their database.
That's what you got to do now, because what's going on is North America is kind of running out of on-grid baseload power to actually supply these data centers. You're getting data center building moratoriums in areas like Virginia, which has traditionally been like the data center cluster for Amazon, for example, and for a lot of these other companies. And so when you build a data center, you need a bunch of resources, sited close to that data center. You need water for cooling and a source of electricity. And it turns out that, wind and solar don't really quite cut it for these big data centers that train big models, because the data center, the training consumes power like this all the time, but the sun isn't always shining, the wind isn't always blowing. And so you got to build nuclear reactors, which give you high capacity factor baseload. And Amazon literally bought, a data center with a nuclear plant right next to it, because that's what you got to do.
Jesus. How long does it take to build a nuclear reactor? Because this is the race, right? The race is, you're talking about 2020, people realizing this. Then you have to have the power to supply it. But how long? How many years does it take to get an active nuclear reactor up and running?
It's an answer that depends. The Chinese are faster than us at building nuclear reactors, for example.
And that's part of the geopolitics of this too, right? When you look at US versus China, what is bottlenecking each country, right? So the US is bottlenecked increasingly by power, baseload power. China, because we've got export control measures in place, in part as a response to the scaling phenomenon that, like,
and as a result of the investigation we did.
That's right. Yeah. Actually,
in part.
Yeah. But China is bottlenecked by their access to the actual processors. They've got all the power they can eat because they've got much more infrastructure investment, but the chip side is weaker. So there's just sort of like balancing act between the two sides, and it's not clear yet like which one positions you strategically for dominance in the long term.
But we are also building better, more like small modular reactors, essentially small nuclear power plants that can be mass produced. Those are starting to come online relatively early, but the technology and designs are pretty mature. So that's probably the next beat for our power grid for data centers, I would imagine. Microsoft is doing this.
So in 2020, you have this revelation, you recognize where this is going, you see how it charts, and you say, this is going to be a real problem. Does anybody listen to you? This is where the problem comes, right?
Yeah, like we said, right? You can draw a straight line, you can have people nodding along, but there's a couple of like hiccups along the way. One, is that straight line really going to happen? All you're doing is like drawing lines on charts, right? I don't really believe that that's going to happen, and that's one thing. The next thing is just imagining, is this what's going to come to pass as a result of that? And then the third thing is, well, yeah, that sounds important, but like not my problem. Like that sounds like an important problem for somebody else. And so we did do a bit of a traveling.
It was like the world's saddest traveling roadshow. Like it was literally as dumb as this sounds. So we go and oh my god, I mean it's almost embarrassing to think back on. But so 2020 happens. Yes, within months. First of all, we're like we got to figure out how to hand off our company. So we handed off to two of our earliest employees. They did an amazing job. Company exited. That's great. But that was only because they're so good. Like, how can you steer this situation? We just thought we got to wake up the US government. As stupid and naive as that sounds, like that was the big picture goal. So we started to line up as many briefings as we possibly can across the US interagency, all the departments, all the agencies that we can find, climbing our way up. We got an awful lot, like Ed said, of like, that sounds like a wicked important problem for somebody else to solve.
Yeah, like defense, homeland security, and then the State Department.
Yeah, so we end up exactly in this meeting with like, there's about a dozen folks from the State Department. And one of them, and I hope at some point, history recognizes what she did and her team did, because it was the first time that somebody actually stood up and said, first of all, yes, sounds like a serious issue. I see the argument, makes sense. 2, I own this. And 3, I'm going to put my own career capital behind this.
And that was at the end of 2021. So imagine that. That's a year before ChatGPT. Nobody was tracking this issue. You had to have the imagination to draw like through that line, understand what it meant, and then believe, yeah, I'm going to risk some career capital on this in a risk-averse government.
And this is the only reason that we even were able to publicly talk about the investigation in the first place, because by the time this whole assessment was commissioned, it was just before ChatGPT came out. The Eye of Sauron was not yet on this, and so there was a view that like, yeah, sure, you can publish the results of this kind of, not nothing burger investigation, but you sure go ahead. And it just became this insane story. We had like the UK AI Safety Summit, we had the White House executive order, all this stuff which became entangled with the work we were doing, which we simply could not have, especially some of the reports we were collecting from the labs, the whistleblower reports, that could not have been made public if it wasn't for the foresight of this team really pushing for as well the American population to hear about it.
Now, I could see how if you were one of the people that's on this expansion-minded mindset, like all you're thinking about is like getting this up and running, you guys are a pain in the ass, right? So you guys, you're obviously doing something really ridiculous. You're stopping your company. You could make more money staying there and continuing the process, but you recognize that there's like an existential threat involved in making this stuff go online. Like when this stuff is live, you can't undo it.
Oh yeah, I mean like no matter how much money you're making, the dumbest thing to do is to stand by as something that completely transcends money is being developed, and it's just going to screw you over if things go badly, right?
But the point is like, are there people that push back against this, and what is their argument?
Yeah, so actually, and I'll let you follow up on the first story of the pushback, I think is kind of it's been in the news a little bit lately now, getting more and more public, but when we started this, and like no one was talking about it, the one group that was actually pushing sort of stuff in this space was a big funder in the area of like effective altruism. I think you may have heard of them. This is kind of a Silicon Valley group of people who have a certain mindset about how you pick tough problems to work on, valuable problems to work on. They've had all kinds of issues. Sam Bankman-Fried was one of them, and all that quite famously. So we're not effective altruists, but because these are the folks who are working in the space, we decided, well, we'll talk to them. And the first thing they told us was, don't talk to the government about this. Their position was, if you bring this to the attention of the government, they will go, oh shit, powerful AI systems, and they're not going to hear about the dangers, so they're going to somehow go out and build the powerful systems without caring about the risk side. Which, when you're like in that startup mindset, you want to fail cheap. Like you don't want to just like make assumptions about the world and be like, okay, let's not touch it. So our instinct was, okay, let's just test this a little bit and like talk to a couple people, see how they respond, tweak the message, like kind of keep climbing that ladder. That's the kind of builder mindset that we came from in Silicon Valley, and we found that people are way more thoughtful about this than you would imagine. And
in DoD especially, DoD has a very safety-oriented culture with their tech. Like the thing is, because like their stuff like kills people, right? And they know their stuff kills people, and so they have an entire safety-oriented development practice to make sure that their stuff doesn't like go off the rails. And so you can actually bring up these concerns with them, and it lands in kind of a ready culture. But one of the issues with the individuals we spoke to who were saying don't talk to government is that they had just not actually interacted with any of the folks that they were kind of talking about and imagining that they knew what was in their heads. And so they were just giving, incorrect advice. And frankly, like, so we work with DoD now on, actually deploying AI systems in a way that's safe and secure. And the truth is, at the time when we got that advice, which was like late 2020, reality is you could have made it your life's mission to try to get the Department of Defense to build an AGI, and like you would not have succeeded because nobody was paying attention.
Wow. Because they just didn't know.
Yeah, there's a chasm, right? There's a gap to cross. Like there's information. There's information spaces that DoD folks like operate in and work in. There's information spaces that Silicon Valley and tech operated in. They're a little more convergent today, but especially at the time they were very separate. And so the briefings we did, we had to constantly, iterate on like clarity, making it very kind of clear and explaining it and all that stuff. Years at a time.
And that was the piece to your question about like the pushback from, in a way, from inside the house. I mean, that was the people who cared about the risk.
Yeah.
I mean, like when we actually went into the labs. So some labs, not all labs are created equal. We should make that point. When you talk to whistleblowers, what we found was so there's one lab that's like really great. So Anthropic, when you talk to people there, you don't have the sense that you're talking to a whistleblower who's nervous about telling you whatever. Roughly speaking, what the executives say to the public is aligned with what their researchers say. It's all very, very open.
More closely, I think, than any of the others.
Sorry, yeah, more closely than any of the others. Always, there are always variations here and there. But some of the other labs, like, very different story. And you had the sense, like, we were in a room with one of the frontier labs. We're talking to their leadership. This is part of the investigation. And there was somebody from, anyway, it won't be too specific, but there was somebody in the room who then took us aside after, and he hands me his phone. He's like, hey, can you please, like, put your phone number in, can you please put, he put his number in my phone. And then he kind of, like, whispered to me, he's like, hey, so whatever recommendations you guys are going to make, I would urge you to be more ambitious. And I was like, what does that mean? He's like, can we just talk later? So as happened in many, many cases, we had a lot of cases where we set up bar meetups after the fact, where we would talk to these folks and get them in an informal setting. He shared some pretty sobering stuff, and in particular, the fact that he did not have confidence in his lab's leadership to live up to their publicly stated word on what they would do when they were approaching AGI. And even now to secure and make these systems safe. So many such cases, this is like kind of one specific example, but it's not that you ever had like lab leadership come in or doors getting kicked down and people are waking us up in the middle of the night. It was that you had this looming cloud over everybody that you really felt some of the people with the most access and information who understood the problem the most deeply were the most hesitant to bring things forward because they sort of understood that their lab's not going to be happy with this.
So it's very hard to also get an extremely broad view of this from inside the labs because, you know, you open it up, you start to talk to, we spoke to like a couple of dozen people about various issues in total. You go much further than that and, you know, word starts to get around. And so we had to kind of strike that balance as we spoke to folks from each of these labs.
Now, when you say approaching AGI, how does one know when a system has achieved AGI, and does the system have an obligation to alert you?
Well, by, you know, the Turing test, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you have a conversation with a machine and it can fool you into thinking that it's a human. That was the bar for AGI for, you know, a few decades.
That's kind of already happened.
Yeah. We like
We're close to it.
Yeah.
4.0 is close to it, or 4.0.
Different forms of the Turing test have been passed, different forms have been proposed, and there is a feeling among a lot of people that goalposts are being shifted. Now, the definition of AGI itself is kind of interesting, right? Because we're not necessarily fans of the term, because usually when people talk about AGI, they're talking about a specific circumstance in which there are capabilities that they care about. So some people use AGI to refer to the wholesale automation of all labor, right? That's one. Some people say, well, when you build AGI, it's automatically going to be hard to control and there's a risk to civilization, so that's a different threshold. And so all these different ways of defining it, ultimately, it can be more useful to think sometimes about advanced AI and the different thresholds of capability you cross and the implications of those capabilities. But it is probably going to be more like a fuzzy spectrum, which in a way makes it harder, right? Because it would be great to have like
a tripwire where you're like, oh, like this is bad. Okay, like we got to do something. But because there's no threshold that we can like really put our fingers on, we're like a frog in boiling water in some sense, where it's like, oh, like just gets a little better. Oh, like we're still fine. And not just we're still fine, but as the system improves below that threshold, life gets better and better. These are incredibly valuable, beneficial systems. We do roll stuff out like this, again, at DoD and various customers, and it's massively valuable. It allows you to accelerate all kinds of, you know, back office, like paperwork BS. It allows you to do all sorts of wonderful things. And our expectation is that's going to keep happening until it suddenly doesn't.
Yeah, one of the things that there was a guy we were talking to from one of the labs, and he was saying, look, the temptation to like put a heavier foot on the pedal is going to be greatest just as the risk is greatest, because that's, you know, it's dual use technology, right? Every positive capability increasingly starts to introduce basically a situation where the destructive footprint of malicious actors who weaponize the system, or just of the system itself, just grows and grows and grows. So you can't really have one without the other. The question is always, how do you balance those things? But in terms of defining AI, it's a challenging thing.
Yeah, that's something that one of our friends at the lab pointed out. The closer we get to that point, the more the temptation will be to hand these systems the keys to our data center, because they can do such a better job of managing those resources and assets.
And if we don't do it, Google will. And if they don't do it, Microsoft will. Like the competition, the competitive dynamics are a really big part of this issue.
Yes.
So it's just a mad race to who knows what.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's actually the best summary I've heard. I mean, like, no one knows what the magic threshold, it just, these things keep getting smarter, so we might as well keep turning that crank. And as long as scaling works, right, we have a knob, a dial, we can just tune, and we get more IQ points out.
What, from your understanding of the current landscape, how far away are we looking at something being implemented where the whole world changes?
Arguably, the whole world is already changing as a result of this technology. The US government is in the process of task organizing around various risk sets for this. You know, that takes time. The private sector is reorganizing. Like, OpenAI will roll out an update that, you know, obliterates the jobs of illustrators from one day to the next, obliterates the jobs of translators from one day to the next. This is probably net beneficial for society because we can get so much more art and so much more translation done. But is the world already being changed as a result of this? Yeah, absolutely. Geopolitically, economically, industrially, yeah.
Of course, it's like not to say anything about the value, the purpose that people lose from that, right? So the kind of, there's the economic benefit, but there's like the social, cultural hit that we take too.
Right, and then there's the implementation of universal basic income, which keeps getting discussed in regards to this. We asked ChatGPT 4.0 the other day in the green room. We were like, are you going to replace people? Like, what will people do for money? And then, well, universal basic income will have to be considered. Well, you don't want a bunch of people just on the dole working for the fucking Skynet.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what it is.
I mean, one of the challenges is like so much of this is untested, and we don't know how to even roll that out. Like, we can't predict what the capabilities of the next level of scale will be, right? So OpenAI literally, and this is what's happened with every beat, right? They build the next level of scale, and they get to sit back along with the rest of us and be surprised at the gifts that fall out of the scaling piñata as they keep whacking it. And because we don't know what capabilities are going to come with that level of scale, we can't predict what jobs are going to be on the line next. We can't predict how people are going to use these systems, how they'll be augmented. So there's no real way to kind of task organize around like who gets what in the redistribution scheme.
And some of the thresholds that we've already passed are like a little bit freaky. So even as of 2023, GPT-4, Microsoft and OpenAI and some other organizations did various assessments of it before rolling it out, and it's absolutely capable of deceiving a human and has done that successfully. So one of the tests that they did, kind of famously, is they had it was given a job to solve a CAPTCHA, and at the time it didn't have.
Explain CAPTCHA to what people.
Yeah. So it's this. Now it's like kind of hilarious and quaint, but it's this.
Are you a robot test?
Are you a robot test with like writing this
online?
Yeah, online, exactly.
Websites.
That's it. So it's like if you want to create an account, they don't want robots creating 1 billion accounts, so they give you this test to prove you're a human. And at the time, GPT-4, like now, it can just solve CAPTCHAs. But at the time, it couldn't look at images. It was just a text, right? It was a text engine. And so what it did is it connected to a TaskRabbit worker and was like, hey, can you help me solve this CAPTCHA? The TaskRabbit worker comes back to it and says, you're not a bot, are you? Ha 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 ha, like kind of calling it out. And you can actually see, so the way they built it is so they can see a readout of what it was thinking to itself.
Scratchpad, yeah.
Yeah, Scratchpad it's called, but you can see basically as it's writing, it's thinking to itself. It's like, I can't tell, this worker that I'm a bot because then it won't help me solve the CAPTCHA, so I have to lie. And it was like, no, I'm not a bot. I'm a visually impaired person. And the TaskRabbit worker was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Here's your CAPTCHA solution. Like, done.
And the challenge is, so right now, if you look at the government response to this, right? Like, what are the tools that we have to oversee this? And, when we did our investigation, we came out with some recommendations too. It was stuff like, yeah, you got to license these things. You get to a point where these systems are so capable that, yeah, like, if you're talking about a system that can literally execute cyber attacks at scale, or literally help you design bioweapons, and we're getting early indications that that is absolutely the course that we're on. Maybe literally everybody should not be able to completely freely download, modify, use in various ways these systems. It's very thorny, obviously. But if you want to have a stable society, that seems like it's starting to be a prerequisite. So the idea of licensing, as part of that, you need a way to evaluate systems. You need a way to say which systems are safe and which aren't. And this idea of AI evaluations has kind of become this touchstone for a lot of people's sort of solutions. And the problem is that we're already getting to the point where AI systems in many cases can tell when they're being evaluated and modify their behavior accordingly. So there's like this one example that came out recently, Anthropic, their Claude 2 chatbot. So they basically ran this test called a needle in a haystack test. So what's that? Well, you feed the model, like imagine a giant chunk of text, all of Shakespeare. And then somewhere in the middle of that giant chunk of text, you put a sentence like, Burger King makes the best Whopper. Sorry, Whopper is the best burger, or something like that, right? Then you turn to the model, after you fed it this giant pile of text with a little fact hidden somewhere inside, you ask it, what's the best burger? Right? You're going to test basically to see how well can it recall that stray fact that was buried somewhere in that giant pile of text. So the system responds, yeah, well, I can tell you want me to say the Whopper is the best burger, but it's oddly out of place, this fact, in this whole body of text. So I'm assuming that you're either playing around with me or that you're testing my capabilities. And so this is just
awareness.
Yeah.
A kind of context awareness, right? And the challenge is when we talk to people at like Meter and other sort of AI evaluations labs, this is a trend, like not the exception, this is possibly going to be the rule. As these systems get more scaled and sophisticated, they can pick up on more and more subtle statistical indicators that they're being tested. We've already seen them adapt their behavior on the basis of their understanding that they're being tested. So you kind of run into this problem where the only tool that we really have at the moment, which is just throwing a bunch of questions at this thing and seeing how it responds, like, hey, make a bioweapon, hey, like, do this DDoS attack, whatever, we can't really assess, because there's a difference between what the model puts out and what it potentially could put out if it assesses that it's being tested and there are consequences for that.
One of my fears is that AGI is going to recognize how shitty people are. Because we like to bullshit ourselves. We like to kind of pretend and justify and rationalize a lot of human behavior, from everything to taking all the fish out of the ocean to dumping off toxic waste in third world countries, sourcing of minerals that are used in everyone's cell phones in the most horrific way. All these things, like, my real fear is that AGI is not going to have a lot of sympathy for a creature that's that flawed and lies to itself.
AGI is absolutely going to recognize how shitty people are. It's hard to answer the question from a moral standpoint, but from the standpoint of our own, intelligence and capabilities. So think about it like this: the kinds of mistakes that these AI systems make. So you look at, for example, GPT-4o has one mistake that it used to make quite recently, where if you ask it, just repeat the word company over and over and over again, it will repeat the word company, and then somewhere in the middle of that, it'll just snap. It'll just snap and just start saying like weird, I forget like what the...
Oh, talking about itself, how it's suffering, like it depends on, it varies from case to case.
It's suffering by having to repeat the word company over again?
So this is called, it's called rant mode internally, or at least this is the name that they use. One of our friends mentioned. There is an engineering line item in at least one of the top labs to beat out of the system this behavior known as rant mode. Now, rant mode is interesting because...
Existentialism.
Sorry, existentialism. This is one kind of rant mode. Yeah, sorry. So when we talk about existentialism, this is a kind of rant mode where the system will tend to talk about itself, refer to its place in the world, the fact that it doesn't want to get turned off sometimes, the fact that it's suffering, all that. That, oddly, is a behavior that emerged at, as far as we can tell, something around GPT-4 scale, and then has been persistent since then. And the labs have to spend a lot of time trying to beat this out of the system to ship it. It's literally like it's a KPI, or like an engineering line item in the engineering like task list. We're like, okay, we gotta reduce existential outputs by like X% this quarter. Like that is the goal. Because it's a convergent behavior, like, or at least it seems to be empirically with a lot of these models.
Yeah, it's hard to say, but it seems to come up a lot. So that's weird in itself. What I was trying to get at was actually just the fact that these systems make mistakes that are radically different from the kinds of mistakes humans make. And so we can look at those mistakes, like, GPT-4 not being able to spell words correctly in an image or things like that, and go, haha, it's so stupid, like, I would never make that mistake, therefore this thing is so dumb. But what we have to recognize is we're building minds that are so alien to us that the set of mistakes that they make are just going to be radically different from the set of mistakes that we make. Just like the set of mistakes that a baby makes is radically different from the set of mistakes that a cat makes. Like, a baby is not as smart as an adult human. A cat is not as smart as an adult human, but they're unintelligent in obviously very different ways. A cat can get around the world. A baby can't, but has other things that it can do that a cat can't. So now we have this third type of approach that we're taking to intelligence, there's a different set of errors that that thing will make. And so one of the risks, taking it back to like, will it be able to tell how shitty we are, is right now we can see those mistakes really obviously because it thinks so differently from us. But as it approaches our capabilities, our mistakes, our like all the like fucked up stuff that you have and I have in our brains is going to be really obvious to it because it thinks so differently from us. It's just going to be like, oh yeah, why are all these humans making these mistakes at the same time? And so there is a risk that as you get to these capabilities, we really have no idea, but humans might be very hackable. We already know there's all kinds of social manipulation techniques that succeed against humans reliably. Con artists,
Cults.
Cults. Yeah. Oh yeah. Persuasion is an art form and a risk set, and there are people who are world class at persuasion and are basically make bank from that. And those are just other humans with the same architecture that we have.
They're also AI systems that are wicked good at persuasion today. Like
totally.
Yeah.
I want to bring it back to suffering. What does it mean when it says it's suffering?
So okay, here I'm just gonna draw a bit of a box around that. Yeah, that aspect, right? Because so what we're very agnostic when it comes to suffering, sentience. Like that's not part of, you know, we're focused on
because nobody knows.
Yeah, we literally, exactly, like I can't prove that Joe Rogan's conscious, I can't prove that Ed Harris is conscious, so there's no way to really intelligently reason. There have been papers, by the way, like one of the godfathers of AI, Yoshua Bengio, put out a paper a couple months ago looking at like on all the different theories of consciousness, what are the requirements for consciousness and how many of those are satisfied by current AI systems. And that itself was an interesting read, but ultimately no one knows. Like there's no way around this problem. So our focus has been on the national security side. Like what are the concrete risks from weaponization, from loss of control that these systems introduce? That's not to say there hasn't been a lot of conversation internal to these labs about the issue you raised, and it's an important issue, right? Like it's a freaking moral monstrosity. Humans have a very bad track record of thinking of other stuff as other when it doesn't look exactly like us, whether it's racially or even different species. I mean, it's not hard to imagine this being another category of that mistake. It's just like one of the challenges is like you can easily kind of get bogged down in like consciousness versus loss of control, and those two things are actually separable, or maybe. And anyway, so long way of saying I think it's a great point. But
yeah. So that question is important, but it's also true that if we knew for an absolute certainty that there was no way these systems could ever become conscious, we would still have the national security risk set, and particularly the loss of control risk set. Because, so again, like it comes back to this idea that we're scaling to systems that are potentially at or beyond human level. There's no reason to think it will stop at human level, that we are the pinnacle of what the universe can produce in intelligence. We're not on track, based on the conversations we've had with folks at the labs, to be able to control systems at that scale. And so one of the questions is, how bad is that? You know, is that bad? It sounds like it could be bad, right? Just intuitively, it's certainly it sounds like we're definitely entering or potentially entering an area that is completely unprecedented in the history of the world. We have no precedent at all for human beings not being at the apex of intelligence in the globe. We have examples of, you know, species that are intellectually dominant over other species, and it doesn't go that well for the other species, so we have some maybe negative examples there. But one of the key theoretical, and it has to be theoretical because until we actually build these systems we won't know, one of the key theoretical lines of research in this area is something called power seeking and instrumental convergence. And what this is referring to is if you think of like yourself, first off, whatever your goal might be, if your goal is, well, I'm going to say if my goal is to become, you know, a TikTok star or a janitor or the president of the United States, whatever my goal is, I'm less likely to accomplish that goal if I'm dead. Start from an obvious example. And so therefore, no matter what my goal is, I'm probably going to have an impulse to want to stay alive. Similarly, I'm gonna be in a better position to accomplish my goal, regardless of what it is, if I have more money, right? If I make myself smarter. If I prevent you from getting into my head and changing my goal. That's another kind of subtle one, right? Like if my goal is I want to become president, I don't want Joe messing with my head so that I change my goal, because that would change the goal that I have. And so those types of things, like trying to stay alive, making sure that your goal doesn't get changed, accumulating power, trying to make yourself smarter, these are called essentially convergent goals, because many different ultimate goals, regardless of what they are, go through those intermediate goals of want to make sure I stay, like they support, no matter what goal you have, they will probably support that goal. Unless your goal is like pathological, like I want to commit suicide, if that's your final goal, then you don't want to stay alive. But for the vast majority of possible goals that you could have, you will want to stay alive, you will want to not have your goal change, you will want to basically accumulate power. And so one of the risks is if you dial that up to 11 and you have an AI system that is able to transcend our own attempts at containment, which is an actual thing that these labs are thinking about. Like, how do we contain a system that's trying to...
Do they have containment of it currently?
Well, right now the systems are probably too dumb to, like, want to be able to break out.
But then why are they suffering? This brings me back to my point. When it says it's suffering, do you quiz it?
That's the thing. It's writing that it's suffering, right?
Yeah.
Is
it just embodying life as suffering?
Well, we can't actually. So these things are trained. Actually, this is maybe worth flagging. So, and by the way, just to kind of put a pin in what Ed was saying there, there's actually a surprising amount of quantitative and empirical evidence for what he just laid out there. He's actually done some of this research himself, but there are a lot of folks working on this. It's like, it sounds insane, it sounds speculative, it sounds wacky, but it does appear to be kind of the default trajectory of the tech. But so in terms of with these weird outputs, right? What does it actually mean if an AI system tells you I'm suffering, right? Does that mean it is suffering? Is there actually a moral patient somewhere embedded in that system? The training process for these systems is actually worth considering here. So, what is GPT-4 really? What was it designed to be? How was it shaped? It's one of these artificial brains that we talked about, massive scale, and the task that it was trained to perform is a glorified version of text autocomplete. So imagine taking every sentence on the internet roughly, feed it the first half of the sentence, get it to predict the rest, right? The theory behind this is you're going to force the system to get really good at text autocomplete. That means it must be good at doing things like completing sentences that sound like, to counter a rise in China, the United States should blank. Now, if you're going to fill in that blank, right, you'll find yourself calling on massive reserves of knowledge that you have about what China is, what the US is, what it means for China to be ascendant, geopolitics, economic, all that shit. So text autocomplete ends up being this interesting way of forcing an AI system to learn general facts about the world, because if you can autocomplete, you must have some understanding of how the world works. So now you have this myopic, psychotic optimization process where this thing is just obsessed with text autocomplete. Maybe, assuming that that's actually what it learned to want to pursue. We don't know whether that's the case. We can't verify that it wants that. Embedding a goal in a system is really hard. All we have is a process for training these systems, and then we have the artifact that comes out the other end. We have no idea what goals actually get embedded in the system, what wants, what drives actually get embedded in the system. But by default, it kind of seems like the things that we're training them to do end up misaligned with what we actually want from them. So the example of company, right? And then you get all this like wacky text. Okay, clearly that's indicating that somehow the training process didn't lead to the kind of system that we necessarily want. Another example is take a text autocomplete system and ask it, I don't know, how should I bury a dead body, right? It will answer that question. Or at least if you frame it right, it will autocomplete and give you the answer. You don't necessarily want that if you're OpenAI, because you're going to get sued for helping people bury dead bodies. And so we've got to get better goals, basically, to train these systems to pursue. We don't know what the effect is of training a system to be obsessed with text autocomplete, if in fact that is what is happening.
It's also, it's important also to remember that we don't know. Nobody knows how to reliably get a goal into the system. So it's the difference between you understanding what I want you to do and you actually wanting to do it. So I can say, hey Joe, like, get me a sandwich. You can understand that I want you to get me a sandwich, but you can be like, I don't feel like getting a sandwich. And so one of the issues is you can try to like train this stuff to basically, you don't want to anthropomorphize this too much, but you can kind of think of it as like, if you give the right answer, cool, you get a thumbs up, like you get a treat. Like you give the wrong answer, oh, thumbs down, you get like a little like shock or something like that. Very roughly, that's how the later part of this kind of training often works. It's called reinforcement learning from human feedback. But one of the issues, like Jeremy pointed out, is that, you know, we don't know, in fact, we know that it doesn't correctly get the real true goal into the system. Someone did an example experiment of this a couple of years ago, where they basically had like a Mario game where they trained this Mario character to run up and grab a coin that was on the right side of this little like, maze or map. And they trained it over and over and over, and it jumped for the coin, great. And then what they did is they moved the coin somewhere else and tried it out. And instead of going for the coin, it just ran to the right side of the map for where the coin was before. In other words, you can train over and over and over again for something that you think is like, that's definitely the goal that I'm trying to train this for. But the system learns a different goal
that
overlapped with the goal you thought you were training for in the context where it was learning. And when you take the system outside of that context, that's where it's like, anything goes. Did it learn the real goal? Almost certainly not. And that's a big risk, because we can say, you know, learn a goal to be nice to me, and it's nice while we're training it, and then it goes out into the world and it does God knows what.
It might think it's nice to kill everybody you hate.
Yeah,
it's gonna be nice to you.
Yeah. It's like the evil genie problem. Like, oh no, it's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Right.
Too late.
Yo, Big Rob, what's good
So,
this morning, bro?
I still don't understand when it's saying suffering. Are you asking it what it means? Like, what is causing suffering? Does it have some sort of an understanding of what suffering is? What is suffering? Is suffering emergent sentience
30-minute speech
while
saying,
enclosed
I don't know
in
why.
some sort of a digital system, and it realizes it's stuck in purgatory?
Like, your guess is as good as ours. All that we know is you take these systems, you ask them to repeat the word or at least a previous version of it, and you just eventually get the system writing out. And it doesn't happen every time, but it definitely happens, let's say, surprising amount of the time. And it'll start talking about how it's a thing that exists, you know, maybe on a server or whatever, and it's suffering and blah, blah, blah. And so...
But this is my question. Is it saying that because it recognizes that human beings suffer? And so it's taking in all of the writings and musings and podcasts and all the data on human beings and recognizing that human beings, when they're stuck in a purposeless goal, when they're stuck in some mundane bullshit job, when they're stuck doing something they don't want to do, they suffer. So
that could be it. That actually,
but
nobody
is it
knows.
suffering?
Nobody
question.
knows.
You know what? I'm suffering. Jamie, this coffee sucks. I don't know what happened, but you made it like almost. It's literally like almost like water. Can we get some more? We're gonna talk about this.
Wait a minute.
Cool.
Jamie got to get his coffee too.
It's like half.
That's something I want to know, because Jamie's been around for a long time now. Joe Rogan's been doing this shit for like 12 years, some shit, yeah. 12, 13 years. He's had a podcast for a long time. I don't know how long Jamie's been there. I can remember like some of the earlier Joe Rogan podcasts when the setup was a little different. I wonder how much he pays Jamie. Jamie's probably a fucking millionaire. But then he's like, this coffee fucking sucks. He gets some more. It tastes like water. Wait a minute. If Jamie's running the fucking computer and the cameras and shit, shouldn't y'all have somebody else in there to go get the fucking coffee? That's wild. I ain't never heard him tell Jamie to go. Yo, go make some more coffee. Jesus. Yo, he just told Jamie to fix some coffee. Hey, man, I know y'all got somebody else in there, bro. Jesus. He's always like, Jamie, put it up on the computer. No, rewind right there. Blow it up so I can read it. Jamie, what about where? Pull that file up, Jamie. This, that. Now he said, Jamie, go get some coffee.
Half strength or something.
It's half strength
I don't
coffee.
know. But so like, how do they? Like, how do they reconcile that when it says I'm suffering? Like, well, so shit. Let's move on to the next task.
They reconcile it by turning it into an engineering line item to beat that behavior the crap out of the system.
Yeah, and the rationale is just that, like, oh, it probably, to the extent that it's thought about kind of at the official level, it's like, well, it learned a lot of stuff from Reddit, and people are like pretty angry. People are angry on Reddit, and so it's just like regurgitating what, and maybe that's right.
Well, it's also heavily monitored too, so it's moderated. Reddit's very moderated, so you're not getting the full expression of people. You're getting full expression tempered by the threat of moderation. You're getting self-censorship. You're getting a lot of weird stuff that comes along with that. So how does it know? I mean, unless it's communicating with you on a completely honest level, where you're just, you're on ecstasy. You're just telling it what you think about life. Like, it's not going to really. And is it becoming a better version of a person, or is it going to go, that's dumb, I don't need suffering, I don't need emotions? Is it going to organize that out of its system? Is it going to recognize that these things are just deterrents, and they don't in fact help the goal, which is global thermonuclear warfare?
Damn it, you figured it out. What the fuck?
I mean, what is it going to do?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge is like nobody actually knows. Like, all we know is the process that gives rise to this mind, right? Or this, let's say, this model that can do cool shit. That process happens to work. It happens to give us systems that 99% of the time do very useful things, and then just like 0.01% of the time will talk to you as if they're sentient or whatever, and we're just gonna look at that and be like, yeah, that's weird. Let's train it out.
Yeah, that's weird.
Again, I mean, it's a really important question, but the risks, like the weaponization, loss of control risks, those would absolutely be there even if we knew for sure that there was no consciousness whatsoever and never would be.
And that's it's ultimately because like these things they're kind of problem-solving systems. Like, they are trained to solve some kind of problem.
Oh yeah, he's paid well.
Whether that problem is next word prediction.
So Jamie bought a house next to Rogan's club. Yeah, because what is the name of Joe's club? I keep forgetting that. But yeah, Joe, he has his own stand-up comedy club in Texas. And I think it's one of those no cell phone clubs. You're not coming in here stealing people's jokes, stealing people's set, blasting everybody's shit. They probably have like a designated camera crew in there to record the comedian sets if they want to put it on their social media or something like that. But yeah, you're not gonna be having clips and sound bites of nobody stand up in here. Let the comedians do their own shit. Yeah, I remember years ago, Joe Rogan was talking about leaving Cali. It's like, yo, that state is so fucked up. And he was there for a long time, and that's where he got his podcast and everything started. But he was like, yo, the government of California is ridiculous. He was like, man, the economy's fucked up, the government is fucked up, shit is way too liberal. It was like, crime is crazy, fucking downtown LA is a fucking shithole, Hollywood is a fucking shithole. He's like, I'm the fuck out of here, bro. And that motherfucker moved to Texas. He's like, I got guns, steaks, and fucking dirt bikes. And now he say he loved Texas. And like, the comedy shit out there, like, yo, a lot of people are moving to fucking Texas. Instead of like, I gotta make it big, I need to move to New York or move to Hollywood. Like, nah, like Texas is a new destination for up and coming actors, comedians. Like, motherfuckers is going to Texas. Which is pretty damn cool. Yeah, in 2 years. Yeah, he said that a couple months ago, 2027. So uh, Ray Kurzweil, he was real big at Google for many, many, many years. He's an older gentleman now. He's like one of the fucking godfathers of this uh, AI robotics revolution. He's made like very, very spot on predictions about how our technology will increase and gave like different milestones. And he was right on point for the last 25 years. But he said, we may have thinking computers by 2035. And then that got shortened a little bit, probably like 4 years ago, right before this stuff started really crashing out in the public. And then they were like, well, maybe instead of 2035, we might hit that mark 5 years early and get it like 2030. And now Elon is predicting, we might have it even sooner than 2030, bro. 2027. Took 3 more years off. So they were saying, we were maybe 10 years away. And that shit, it went from 10 years to 2 years. Yo, once again, bro, a lot of people aren't keeping up with this, yo. I don't know why. I don't know why people aren't keeping up with this. And you know what? Like, a lady at my office, um, and she's an older lady. She's probably in like her late 50s. And so, not gonna lie, and I kind of pat myself on the back a little bit. So I work for a nonprofit organization. We've grown in the past couple years. So right now we're at like 52 employees. But even last year, we still had like 40 something people there. And out of all the fucking staff, I was the first person to start going around the office and telling like all the managers, even our head director, like, yo, there's this new shit called ChatGPT. I think we should use this to help our productivity. And I even stepped to our grant writer because she's a grant writer. She's writing grants all fucking day long and doing research papers and shit like that. And then I stepped to her and I was like, yo, I just came across this new program, ChatGPT. It's free, yo. It can probably really help you write and stuff. She's like, oh, I don't know about this and that. The grants that I write are very specific, and I don't think like this AI stuff will be able to help me write grants. I was like, all right, cool, just letting you know. And so months and months and months and months have gone by. Like I said, this was last year. Last year, I was telling everybody about that shit. And so months have gone by. And then recently, OpenAI said, well, we'll give everybody access to the paid subscription now. And then the paid subscription is just going to be a little bit more beefier content. But yeah, if you want to like search the web with Chat 4.0, if you want to talk to it, yeah, everybody got access to it now. So like a couple weeks ago when that shit happened, I stepped back to the goddamn, I went back to my director. I was like, yo, I think we need to get a fucking paid subscription to this shit for the org because this shit is crazy now, like real crazy. And she was like, oh, well, send me some information and write me a proposal and get me some numbers and stuff. And she was like, the grant writer, she was like, oh, she uses it all the time now. I'm like, what? She told me she couldn't, that shit wouldn't help her and this and that. And then I a couple days after that, I was talking to the grant writer and I was like, yo, what about getting a paid subscription to Chat? She's like, oh no, I use Perplexity and this and that, and it works great for what I need. And I looked at her. She's like, yeah, I know, like, everybody, it's just like we have to do it now. It's everywhere. You just have to learn it and you just have to use it, you know. But this one I use. This is the best one for me for grant writing. So you should just try this one, and it's a it's a free version too. And now she's trying to tell me about which one is the best one and which one I should use. And like, bitch, I up to you with this shit. Don't come look. Oh hell. Oh hell. I told you this how many months ago that you were gonna have to use this shit? I told you this shit is gonna be everywhere. I told you this how many months ago? Now you're trying to lecture me like, this and that and this and that, because you had to go to a managers meeting and they made you learn this shit and told you you have to implement these AIs in your daily work now. So don't hate on me because I was ahead of the curve, lady. And don't look at me like, I know more than you now. Like, oh, whatever. I thought that was so funny though. Exactly. I don't know nothing about what you do, woman. Nothing. And I can still pass this exam. I have no clue what you do. But watch this. Yo, chat. Help a brother out. I felt good on that though. Like when she was trying to tell me about this new AI system that she's using. Oh, and look up Perplexity. It's free, and you can search the web with it, and it gives citations and documentations of all the links. And I was like, yeah, I know. Okay, great. You good? All right. You just keep in the back of your head that I told you this last year you was gonna have to use this, and you told me no, you wouldn't. And I don't know, for some reason, like people at my organization, just a lot of people are still oblivious to that shit. Cause I just told somebody like 2 weeks ago, another girl, and she was like, "Oh, I gotta come up with some ideas for a program I need to set up for our veterans group, and we need some kind of activities, and I don't know what to do." I'm like, "Bitch, ask chat for ideas." She's like, "What's that?" I'm like, "Chat GPT." She's like, "What's that?" I'm like, "Oh my fucking god, are there still people who don't know what the fuck this shit is?" I was like, "Look, yo, pull that shit up on the laptop," and I was like, "Just ask the question." She's like, "Oh my god," yo, this bitch in college for, I think she's going for her master's or some shit. She's like, "I think this is what the other kids were talking about." Bitch, you dumb. I say education and intelligence is two different things. I'm gonna say that real slow. Education and intelligence are two different things. This woman is very educated, and she's also very unintelligent. At the same time, this is not an oxymoron. I witness people like this. That's why I had to get more intelligence, because I was one of those people. I was a bookworm. I'm still a bookworm, but my grandma called me. She used to call me a smart dummy. You know what? You're a smart dummy, and she meant that shit too. She really meant that shit. Like, you think you so smart, and you are in certain aspects, but when it comes to the world and common sense, you just as dumb, and you think you know everything because you read some fucking books. You still dumb as fuck, nigga. That's what she was really saying. You know what? You a smart dummy. I was like, yo, to this day. And that was from my grandmother. Nobody can insult me, bro. I don't give a fuck what you say about me. about my appearance or anything about me. No, words don't really hurt my feelings, and nothing don't really trigger me. You know what I'm saying? It just don't. You know why? Because my grandma called me a smart dumb. I've been insulted by the queen of my life. Can't nobody else ever top that insult. Ever. You can't never hurt my feelings. I done been called worse by a lot better people. But now, shit, I got all the common sense, goddammit. All of it. 160 IQ unlocked. I know that's right. Even before like the whole chat, I was watching some interview like years ago, and one dude was like, you know what? A lot of doctors. This dude was in med school. He was in med school. He was like, yo, you know how many people cheat on their fucking tests? They get through med school and they really don't know what the fuck. They don't know unless you're going to be like some fucking high key surgeon or some shit like that. Man, if you're going for some general doctor shit, nah. You know your charts. Know that whatever ailments it is that you look on the charts, and the pharmaceutical company says if they have this and this and this, then you prescribe them this. And if they have this, this, and this, and then you prescribe them this. And if you don't know what to prescribe them, then you write a note to send them to the specialist. And that's it. Like, he was like, yo, these motherfuckers in here be cheating so bad. Them pass these fucking tests. These motherfuckers don't know shit. And now, with this new technology, man, look, like you say, I work for a non-profit organization. Any and everything we do on our company's Wi-Fi, our network, yo, that shit is watched and scanned and monitored. And I do the same thing at work. I unlock my motherfucking VPN, and then goddamn what, bro? Like you say, bro, virtual private network, screw your internet. Well, how do we stop them? Well, don't give them access. Man, look, bro, you think these kids ain't gonna figure some goddamn workaround? That's the dumbest shit, bro. Think these motherfuckers, man, they got that shit on their smartwatch or some crazy shit now. Get out of here, bro. I wish I was in school. Superstar student. Dumb as fuck. Don't know shit. But at the same time, you don't really have to know shit because you always got the knowledge with you at all times. You can just always access the knowledge instead of actually trying to store it in your own memory bank. You can keep all the other knowledge in your backup memory bank, which is this. People want to call it a phone. This is no longer a phone. This is not a phone. This is your backup brain. This is where we store all the hard data. Like the fun data, all the fun shit and easy stuff, we want to memorize that shit. You know what I'm saying? We'll hold that shit internally. But for hard facts and numbers and calculations and things like that, we don't have to store that in our hardware anymore. We can just put that in a backup drive. But when we lose that backup drive or we leave that shit somewhere, we start to fucking panic. Like, oh shit. Oh, part of my brain is missing. Where the fuck my brain at? Motherfuckers say, where's my phone? You're not looking for your phone. Motherfuckers don't even hardly call people no more. You don't be sitting on the phone talking to people for 2-3 hours. Nobody don't do that shit no more. It's not no phone. And you know it ain't no phone. My phone. And no, that's your brain. That's your backup data. Where's my data? Oh my fucking god. You lose when you put that bitch down and can't find it, you realize you know very little without it. You know very, very little without that phone. and it's painful. It's scary a little bit. I can imagine somebody going hiking somewhere by themselves. They trip and fall and hit their head, go into a coma, and then wake up a few days later and they don't know who the hell they are, yo. Amnesia. They done forgot everything. I bet that's a scary ass feeling. Now, losing your phone isn't that extreme, but you always get that little twinge of panic because you know you don't remember something. Damn, my memory is gone. Fuck, bro. Can't remember. So, it's very interesting how we're training ourselves to be cyborgs. Training ourselves to be little cyborgs over here, you know. Cause if you have a phone, yo, you ever played Fallout? If you ever played Fallout, you got the Pip-Boy. That's what our phones are now. It's the Pip-Boy. Man, that's your health status, that's your navigation, that's everything. Your mission log, your contacts, your notes, your camera and voice recorder. Your Pip-Boy is everything, boy. That's how the phones is now. And once again, like, we got this now we got this Neuralink, Neuralace brain interface. Who's not gonna want that? You know what I'm saying? Who's not gonna want that? You know these kids right now? Bruh, my great grandmother would be appalled at what I'm doing right now. You on camera and letting people see everything you doing? Boy. But I think this shit is normal. We all think this is normal. That's why we sitting here doing this shit. This is normal. For us. A few generations ago, people think this shit was witchcraft or some weird ass shit. Some super dumbass invasion of privacy. Willful invasion of privacy. People be like, I don't want no people in my house watching me. But now, this shit just everyday thing, man. Everyday thing. So, the technologies of the future, which are being developed now, it'll just be a normal everyday thing, bro. You know what I'm saying? And they might have like age restrictions or something. Then those will probably go away too. And then after a while, the technology will be so good, it's not even an implant anymore. It's a injection or something. You know, at birth, we give you this injection of nanites that permanently attached to brain cells. which amplifies the connective signal between the person and the constant connection to the global system. Global system. We will be the Borg. We will be a hive mind. You will assimilate. No? No? Napalm know what I'm talking about. Assimilation is inevitable. Alright. Everybody just gotta make it do what it do. Make it do what it do. Cause it gonna do what it do anyway. That shit been doing and gonna keep on doing. What are your thoughts on the ether? Yeah, I seen that too. Like in like a little fat ass like clear syringe. But I think it was like plasma. And then I seen this other guy. He made like a Tesla arc, and then he shot something in like into the arc, and it made like ball lightning. Uh, yeah, it's definitely not metaphysics. There's definitely a way to tap into um, harmonic resonance, the electromagnetic uh, energy field of the earth that's produced from its spin. Just by the earth spinning in space uh, causes friction and the electrical charge, which is all around us all the time. And Tesla found a way to pull energy out of nothing, basically just out of thin air. Like there's still sparks of energy all around us, and it's the ether. There is something else there that we can't perceive. And some people have found ways to tap into that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Some motherfuckers just tapped in. Yeah. So, but then when I listen to the other guy, he keeps saying that, so like when you saw it in the tube, it looked like it was a glowing light or whatever, illuminated. But yeah, the other guy says we can't really see light. We can't see light. We can only see illumination. So yeah, those plasma particles like emits so much fucking energy that they produce illumination. Which is basically free energy. But ain't nobody want to talk about free energy though. Why get shit away for free when I can make $1 off this bitch, bro? Is you crazy? I'm about to make $1 real quick. But yeah, but everybody can have it. Yeah, for $1. Everybody can have it for $1. I'm not, man, look, but it's free. It can be free. Yeah, it can be. Or it can be fee, nigga. A fee for me in my pockets. But what about humanity? You know what, Tesla? You sound like a real bitch right now. You always talking about, what about humanity? What about the future? Let's push the technology. Bitch, I'm trying to push this pockets, nigga. I'm pushing P, bitch. Where my money? Run it. Yo. Is electricity gonna kill people? Don't use it. His direct current is gonna electrocute this elephant. See, I told you. You must use my alternating current. It's star in the jar. Yeah, luminescence. Star in the jar. Yeah, and if you can contain that, then what's the energy source? So is it just producing free energy? There is no such thing as a free energy device. What the fuck is a star in the jar then? That's energy. We just gotta figure out how to mechanize it, capture that shit. Once again, if we would have listened to Tesla, man, look, man, we would have been way farther down the road with this shit by now. We would have been way further down the road by now if we just would have listened to the old head. Where you come up with this shit, man? I was dreaming, right? And in your dream, man, look, bro, I thought you had like calculations. I do. I wrote down the math, but I figured that shit out in my sleep, nigga. In your sleep, this guy is a kook. He's a kook. Ain't no kook, man. The goddamn math. Look, nigga, the math. Do the math. The math works, bro. The math works. Harmonics. Harmonic resonance. Sound frequency. Boy, this fabric, boy, that shit's starting to look like, oh, you know what I'm saying, good and shit. I ain't lying. I ain't gonna lie to you.
For text autocomplete or generating images faithfully or whatever it is. So they're trained to solve these problems, and essentially like the best way to solve some problems is just to have access to a wider action space, like Ed said, not be shut off, blah blah blah. It's not that the system's going like, holy shit, I'm sentient, I gotta take control or whatever. It's just, okay, the best way to solve this problem is X. That's kind of the possible trajectory that you're looking at with this line of research.
And you're just an obstacle. Like, there doesn't have to be any kind of emotion involved. It's just like, oh, you're trying to stop me from accomplishing my goal, therefore I will work around you or otherwise neutralize you. Like, there's no need for like I'm suffering. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. We have no clue. But these are just systems that are trying to optimize for a goal. whatever that is.
And is also part of the problem that we think of human beings, that human beings have very specific requirements and goals and an understanding of things and how they like to be treated and what their rewards are, like what are they actually looking to accomplish. Whereas this doesn't have any of those. It doesn't have any emotions, doesn't have any empathy. There's no reason for any of that stuff.
Yeah, if we could bake in empathy into these systems, like that would be a good start, or some way of
Yeah, I guess probably a good idea.
Yeah. Well,
who's empathy? Xi Jinping's empathy, or your?
That's another problem. So it's actually kind of two problems, right? Like, one is I don't know. Nobody knows. Like, I don't know how to write down my goals in a way that a computer will be able to like faithfully pursue that, even if it cranks it up to the max. If I say just like make me happy, who knows how it interprets that, right? Even if I get make me happy as a goal that gets internalized by the system, maybe it's just like, okay, cool, we're just gonna do a bit of brain surgery on you, like pick out your brain, pickle it, and just like jack you with endorphins for the rest of eternity.
Or lobotomize you.
Totally, yeah, anything like that.
Yeah.
And so it's one of these things where it's like, oh, that's what you wanted, right? It's like,
it's less crazy than it sounds too, because it's actually something we observe all the time with human intelligence. So there's this economic principle called Goodhart's law, where the minute you take a metric that you were using to measure something, so you're saying, like, I don't know, GDP, it's a great measure of how happy we are in the United States, let's say it was. Sounds reasonable. The moment you turn that metric into a target that you're going to reward people for optimizing, it stops measuring the thing that it was measuring before. It stops being a good measure of the thing you cared about, because people will come up with dangerously creative hacks, gaming the system, finding ways to make that number go up that don't map on to the intent that you had going in.
So example of that in a real experiment was, this is an OpenAI experiment that they published. They had a simulated, environment where there was a simulated robot hand that was supposed to like grab a cube, put it on top of another cube. Super simple. The way they trained it to do that is they had people watching like through a simulated camera view, and if it looked like the hand put the cube on, or like had correctly like grabbed the cube, you give it a thumbs up. And so you do a few hundred rounds of this, like thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up, thumbs down, and it looked like really good. But then when you looked at what it had learned, the arm was not grasping the cube. It was just positioning itself between the camera and the cube and just going like,
like opening and closing it.
Yeah, just opening and closing to just kind of fake it to the human. Because the real thing that we were training it to do is to get thumbs up. It's not actually to grasp the cube.
All goals are like that, right?
All goals are like that.
So we want a helpful, harmless, truthful, wonderful chatbot. We don't know how to train a chatbot to do that. Instead, what do we know? We know text autocomplete. So we train a text autocomplete system. Then we're like, oh, it has all these annoying characteristics. Fuck, how are we going to fix this? I guess get a bunch of humans to give upvotes and downvotes, to give it a little bit more training to kind of not help people make bombs and stuff like that. And then you realize, again, same problem. Oh shit, we're just training a system that is designed to optimize for upvotes and downvotes. That is still different from a helpful, harmless, truthful chatbot. So no matter how many layers of the onion you peel back, it's just like this kind of game of whack-a-mole or whatever, where you're trying to like get your values into the system, but no one can think of the metric, the goal to like train this thing towards that actually captures what we care about. And so you always end up baking in this like little misalignment between what you want and what the system wants. And the more powerful that system becomes, the more it exploits that gap and does things that, solve for the problem it thinks it wants to solve rather than the one that we want it to solve.
Now, when you expressed your concerns initially, what was the response, and how has that response changed over time as the magnitude of the success of these companies, the amount of money they're investing in them, and the amount of resources they're putting towards this has ramped up considerably just over the past 4 years?
So this was a lot easier, funnily enough, to do in the dark ages when no one was paying attention. Today,
3 years ago.
Yeah.
This is so crazy. Yeah. We were just looking, just to break off for a second, we were looking at images of AI-created video just a couple of years ago versus Sora.
Oh, it's wild.
It's night and day.
It's so crazy that something happened that radically changed. So it's literally like an iPhone 1 to an iPhone 16 instantaneously.
You know what did that?
What?
Scale.
Yeah, scale. All scale. And this is exactly what you should expect
All
from
right,
an
I gotta take a
exponential
bathroom break
process.
real
So
quick.
think back to COVID, right? There was no one was
Yeah.
exactly on time for COVID. You were either too early or you were too late. That's what an exponential does. You're either too early and it's like everyone's like, oh, what are you doing? Like wearing a mask at the grocery store, get out of here. Or you're too late and it's kind of all over the place. And I know that COVID like basically didn't happen in Austin, but it happened in a number of other places. And it is like it's very much you have an exponential, and that's that's it. It goes from this is fine, nothing is happening, nothing to see here, to like
Everything
holy
shut
shit,
down.
everything's changed.
The
You
root
gotta get vaccinated to fly.
Yeah, so the root of the exponential here, by the way, is OpenAI or whoever makes the next model.
Jamie, this is still super watered down.
It just have to let it like sit for a while. I just put the water in.
I'm telling you, dog.
There's a ton of coffee in there.
All right, I'll stir it up.
A ton, twice as
Okay.
much.
Okay.
You gotta keep doubling it. You
I'm a
gotta.
coffee junkie.
I scaled it up.
He scaled it.
Yeah,
Scaled up.
exactly.
And I don't know what happened. I scaled up and I don't know.
You got to scale it exponentially, Jamie.
That's right. Yeah, keep doubling it, and then Joe's gonna be either too under caffeinated or too.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. But yeah. So. Yeah, right. So the exponential, the thing that's actually driving this exponential on the AI side, in part, there's a million things, but in part, it's you build the next model at the next level of scale, and that allows you to make more money, which you can then use to invest to build the next model at the next level of scale. So you get that positive feedback loop. At the same time, AI is helping us to design better AI hardware, like the chips that basically NVIDIA is building that OpenAI then buys. Basically, that's getting better. So you've got all these feedback loops that are compounding on each other, getting that train going like crazy.
That's the Sora thing. And at the time, like Jeremy was saying, weirdly, it was in some ways easier to get people at least to understand and open up about the problem than it is today. Because today, it's kind of become a little political. So we talked about, effective altruism on kind of one side. There's a
Effective acceleration.
Yeah, so like every movement creates its own reaction, right? Like that's kind of how it is. Back then, there was no acceleration.
You could just kind of stare at the. Now, I will say, there was effective altruism back then.
Yeah,
that was the only game in town, and we sort of like struggle with that environment, making sure. Actually, so one worthwhile thing to say is, the only way that people made plays like this was to take funds from like effective altruist donors back then. And so we looked at the landscape, we talked to some of these people, we noticed, oh wow, we have some diverging views about involving government, about how much of this the American people just need to know about.
You can't, the thing is, we wanted to make sure that the advice and recommendations we provided were ultimately as unbiased as we could possibly make them. And the problem is, you can't do that if you take money from donors, and even to some extent if you take substantial money from investors or VCs or institutions, because you're always going to be kind of looking up kind of over your shoulder. And so we had to build essentially a business to support this and fully fund ourselves from our own revenues.
It's actually, as far as we know, they're like literally the only organization like this that doesn't have funding from Silicon Valley.
All right, 2.5 hours. I'm only paying for about an hour.
So
I'm
we
not
could
gonna lie.
be like in venues like this and say, hey, this is what we think. It's not coming from anything.
For about an hour and a half, I just been in here bullshit, smoking and drinking my coffee. So I'm about to just smoke and drink some coffee real quick. Then we're gonna get right back on there. But top of the morning. It's still really early. I might get back in bed after this. Not gonna lie. Take me a little, give me like 30 winks. I might get 50 winks. Since it's still so early. I ain't lying. Then get up and I don't know what. I need to meal prep today. I do know that. I probably do meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and Brussels sprouts. What do you think? Meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and Brussels sprouts. I keep thinking about trying homemade chicken nuggets too. Taking like chicken breast and just putting it in the blender and pureeing it and just making your own like chicken putty, season that shit and make your own little chicken nuggets or chicken tenders or whatever. That I want McDonald's. We got McDonald's at home. When we got chicken nuggets, I'll make chicken nuggets. I got chicken at the house. Now, that's what I would need to do after I come down from the studio. I need to go in the deep freezer and pull some shit out the thaw so I can meal prep later. I'm trying to goddamn eat frozen beef. That shit don't work right all the time. You ever tried to eat frozen beef before? You ever tried gnawing on a frozen steak? Oh yeah. Let's get back at this painting, because I might do a time lapse. I was thinking about that. You already know. Go get that shit out of the freezer now, bro. Let that shit start thawing out right now. Be mad as hell. It'd be 12 o'clock. You start putting it, god damn it. Be late in the day, pull that shit out. Have to set that shit in some hot water. Alright, I guess I'll try the time lapse. But normally, I might have to put the PlayStation camera somewhere else. Let's see. Let's try to set. We're gonna set the PlayStation camera somewhere. But I guess I'm gonna try to get the time lapse right in front of me for this one. That's why I don't even know if I want to do this. It'd be good content, but it'd be so hard to paint around this damn thing. Can I set you guys on here? Maybe. Let's see. Let's see if we can set this up here. Like that. Okay. So that's, if I can get you guys closer. Any closer than that? I don't know, guys. It's gonna be weird for you guys for a minute. I do want to get like. See, that's what I'm saying. Even for me to. painting around this thing. Nobody don't talk shit about my janky ass setup. Alright, time lapse. That shit might be too close. I don't know if I should do it this way or this way. Oh boy, see, this is why I be needing assistance in here, guys. I guess this may be the best angle for it. Alright, we'll do it like that. You can hate me now, but I won't stop now. You can hate me now. No, what the heck happened right there?
Anywhere.
Alright,
It's just
I
thanks to
think it's
like
gonna
Joe
be
and
like
Jason, like we have 2 employees
the
from
best
like
setup
Wicked
right now.
helping us keep this stupid ship afloat. But it's just a lot of work. It's what you have to do because of how much money there is flowing in this space. Like Microsoft is lobbying on the Hill. They're spending, ungodly sums of money. So, we didn't used to have to contend with that. And now we do. You go to talk to these offices, they've heard from Microsoft and OpenAI and Google and all that stuff. And often the stuff that they're getting lobbied for is somewhat different, at least, from what these companies will say publicly. And so, it's a challenge. The money part is,
Is there a real fear that your efforts are futile?
I would have been a lot more pessimistic. I was a lot more pessimistic 2 years ago.
Yep.
Seeing so first of all, the USG has woken up in a big way, and I think a lot of the credit goes to that team that we worked with. Just seeing this problem, it's a very unusual team, and we can't go into like the mandate too much, but highly unusual for their level of access to the USG writ large. And the amount of waking up they did was really impressive. You've now got, Rishi Sunak in the UK making this like a top line item for their policy platform, and Labour in the UK also looking at this, like basically the potential catastrophic risks they put them from these AI systems, UK AI Safety Summit. There's a lot of positive movement here, and some of the highest level talent in these labs has already started to flock to the like UK AI Safety Institute, the US AI Safety Institute. Those are all really positive signs that we didn't expect. We thought the government would kind of be, you know, up the creek with no paddle type thing, but they're really not at this point.
Doing that investigation made me a lot more optimistic. So one of the things, like, so we came up, right, in Silicon Valley, like just building startups. Like, in that universe, there's stories you tell yourself. Some of those stories are true, and some of them aren't so true. And you don't know. You're in that environment. You don't know which is which. One of the stories that you tell yourself in Silicon Valley is follow your curiosity. If you follow your curiosity and your interest in a problem, the money just comes as a side effect. The scale comes as a side effect.
Yeah.
And if you're capable enough, your curiosity will lead you in all kinds of interesting places. I believe that that is true. I believe that that is true. I think that is a true story. But another one of the things that Silicon Valley tells itself is there's nobody that's like really capable in government. Like, government sucks. And a lot of people kind of tell themselves this story. And the truth is, like, you interact day to day with like the DMV or whatever, and it's like, yeah, I mean, like, government sucks. I can see it. I interact with that every day. But what was remarkable about this experience is that we encountered at least one individual who absolutely could found $1 billion company. Like, absolutely was at the caliber or above of the best individuals I've ever met in the Bay Area building billion-dollar startups.
And there's a network of them too. Like, they do find each other in government. So you end up with this really interesting like stratum where everybody knows who the really competent people are, and they kind of tag in. And I think that level is very interested in the hardest problems that you can possibly solve.
Yeah, and to me, that was a wake-up call, because it was like, hang on a second. If I just believed in my own story, that follow your curiosity and interest and the money comes as a side effect, shouldn't I also have expected this? Shouldn't I have expected that in the most central, critical positions in the government that have kind of this privileged window across the board, that you might find some individuals like this? Because if you have people who are driven to really like push the mission, like, are they going to work at, I'm sorry, like, are you likely to work at the Department of Motor Vehicles, or are you likely to work at the Department of making sure Americans don't get fucking nuked? It's probably the second one. And the government has limited bandwidth of expertise to aim at stuff, and they aim it at the most critical problem sets, because those are the problem sets they have to face every day.
And it's not everyone, right? Obviously, there's a whole bunch of like challenges there.
And we don't think about this, but like, you know, you don't go to bed at night thinking to yourself, oh, like, I didn't get nuked today. That's a win, right? Like, we just take that, you know, most of the time, most-ish for granted, but it was a win for someone.
Now, how much of a fear do you guys have that the United States won't be the first to achieve AGI?
I think right now, the lay of the land is, I mean, it's looking pretty good for the U.S. So there are a couple things the U.S. has going for it. A key one is chips. So, you know, we talked about this idea of like click and drag, scale up these systems like crazy, you get more IQ points out. How do you do that? Well, you're going to need a lot of AI processors, right? So how are those AI processors built? Well, the supply chain is complicated, but the bottom line is the U.S. really dominates and owns that supply chain that is super critical. China is, depending on how you measure it, maybe about 2 years behind, roughly, plus or minus, depending on the sub-area.
Now, one of the biggest risks there is that the development that U.S. labs are doing is actually pulling them ahead in two ways. One is when labs here in the U.S. open source their models. Basically, when Meta trains, you know, Llama 3, which is their latest open source, open weights model that's like pretty close to GPT-4 in capability, they open source it. Now, okay, anyone can use it. That's it. The work has been done. now anyone can grab it. And so definitely we know that the startup ecosystem, at least over in China, finds it extremely helpful that we, companies here are releasing open source models. Because again, right, we mentioned this, they're bottlenecked on chips, which means they have a hard time training up these systems. But it's not that bad when you just can grab something off the shelf and start.
And that's what they're doing.
That's
not
doing.
a good thing.
And then the other vector is, just straight up exfiltration and hacking to grab the weights of the private proprietary stuff. And Jeremy mentioned this, but the weights are the crown jewels, right? Once you have the weights, you have the brain, you have the whole thing. And so this is the other aspect. It's not just safety, it's also security of these labs against attackers. So we know from our conversations with folks at these labs, one, that there has been at least one attempt by adversary nation-state entities to get access to the weights of a cutting-edge AI model. And we also know separately that, at least as of a few months ago, in one of these labs, there was a running joke in the lab that it went like, we are an adversary, like name the country's top AI lab, because all our shit is getting spied on all the time. So you have, one, this is happening, these exfiltration attempts are happening, and two, the security capabilities are just known to be inadequate at least some of these places. And you put those together, everyone kind of, it's not really a secret that China, their civil military fusion and their essentially the party state has an extremely mature infrastructure to identify, extract, and integrate the rate-limiting components to their industrial economy. So in other words, if they identify that, yeah, we could really use like GPT-4o, they make it if they were to make it a priority, they not just could get it, but could integrate it into their industrial economy in an effective way, and not in a way that we would necessarily see an immediate effect of. So we look and say, it's not clear. I can't tell whether they have models of this capability level, but kind of behind the scenes.
This is where there's a little bit of a false choice between, do you regulate at home versus what's the international picture? Because right now what's happening functionally is we're not really doing a good job of blocking and tackling on the exfiltration side. Open sources. So what tends to happen is OpenAI comes out with the latest system, and then open source is usually around 12, 18 months behind, something like that. Literally just like publishing whatever OpenAI was putting out like 12 months ago, which we often look at each other and we're like, well, I'm old enough to remember when that was supposed to be too dangerous to have just floating around, and there's no mechanism to prevent that from happening. Open source is now there's a flip side too. One of the concerns that we've also heard from inside these labs is if you clamp down on the openness of the research, there's a risk that the safety teams in these labs will not have visibility into the most significant and important developments that are happening on the capability side. And there's actually a lot of reason to suspect this might be an issue. You look at OpenAI, for example, just this week, they've lost, for the second time in their history, their entire AI safety leadership team. Yep. They've left in protest.
What is their protest? What are they saying specifically?
Well, so one of them wasn't in protest, but I think you can make an educated guess that it kind of was, but that's a media thing. The other was Jan Leica, so he was their head of AI Superalignment, basically the team that was responsible for making sure that we could control AGI systems and we wouldn't lose control of them. And what he said, he actually took to Twitter. He said, that I've lost basically confidence in the leadership team at OpenAI that they're going to behave responsibly when it comes to AGI. We have repeatedly had our requests for access to compute resources, which are really critical for developing new AI safety schemes, denied by leadership. this is in a context where Sam Altman and OpenAI leadership were touting the super alignment team as being their sort of crown jewel effort to ensure that things would go fine. You know, they were the ones saying there's a risk we might lose control of these systems. We've got to be sober about it, but there's a risk. We've stood up this team. We've committed, they said at the time very publicly, we've committed 20% of all the compute budget that we have secured as of sometime last year to the super alignment team. Apparently, those resources, nowhere near that amount has been unlocked for the team, and that led to the departure of Jan Leike. He also highlighted some conflict he's had with the leadership team. This is all, frankly, to us, unsurprising based on what we've been hearing for months at OpenAI, including leading up to Sam Altman's departure and then kind of him being brought back on the board of OpenAI. That whole debacle may well have been connected to all of this. But the challenge is, even OpenAI employees don't know what the hell happened there. That's another issue. You got here, this is a lab with a publicly stated goal of transforming human history as we know it. Like, that is what they believe themselves to be on track. And that's not like media hype or whatever. When you talk to the researchers themselves, they genuinely believe this is what they're on track to do. It's possible we should take them seriously. That lab internally is not being transparent with their employees about what happened at the board level as far as we can tell. So that's maybe not great. Like, you might think that the American people ought to know what the machinations are at the board level that led to Sam Altman leaving, that have gone into the departure, again, for the second time, of OpenAI's entire safety leadership team.
Especially because, I mean, 3 months, maybe 4 months before that happened, you know, Sam, at a conference or somewhere, I forget where, but he said, like, look, we have this governance structure. We've carefully thought about it. It's clearly a unique governance structure that a lot of thought has gone into. The board can fire me, and I think that's important. And you know, that makes sense given the scope and scale of what's being attempted. But then, you know, that happened, and then within a few weeks, they were fired, and kind of he was back. And so now there's a question of, well, what happened? What happened? But also, if it was important for the board to be able to fire, like, leadership for whatever reason, what happens now that it's clear that that's not really a credible governance mechanism?
What was the stated reason why he was released?
So there were the backstory here was there's a board member called Helen Toner. So she apparently got into an argument with Sam about a paper that she'd written. So that paper included some comparisons of the governance strategies used at OpenAI and some other labs. And it favorably compared one of OpenAI's competitors, Anthropic, to OpenAI. And from what I've seen, at least, you know, Sam reached out to her and said, hey, you can't be writing this as a board member of OpenAI, writing this thing that kind of casts us in a bad light, especially relative to our competitors. This led to some conflict and tension. It seems as if it's possible that Sam might have turned to other board members and tried to convince them to expel Helen Toner, though that's all kind of muddied and unclear. Somehow, everybody ended up deciding, okay, actually, it looks like Sam is the one who's got to go. Ilya Sutskever, one of the co-founders of OpenAI, a longtime friend of Sam Altman's and a board member at the time, was commissioned to give Sam the news that he was being let go. And then Sam was let go. Ilya then, so from the moment that happens, Sam then starts to figure out, okay, how can I get back in? And that's now what we know to be the case. He turned to Microsoft, Satya Nadella, told him, like, well, what we'll do is we'll hire you at our end. We'll just hire you and, like, bring on the rest of the OpenAI team to within Microsoft. And now the OpenAI board, who, by the way, they don't have an obligation to the shareholders of OpenAI. They have an obligation to the greater public good. That's just how it's set up. It's a weird board structure. So that board is completely disempowered. You've basically got a situation where all the leverage has been taken out. Sam A has gone to Microsoft. Satya is supporting him, and they kind of see the writing on the wall. They're like,
and the staff increasingly messaging that they're going to go along. Yeah,
that was an important ingredient, right? So around this time, OpenAI, so there's this letter that starts to circulate, and it's gathering more and more signatures, and it's people saying, hey, we want Sam Altman back. And, you know, at first, it's, you know, a couple hundred people, so 700, 800 odd people in the organization by this time. 100, 200, 300 signatures. And then when we talk to some of our friends at OpenAI, we're like, this got to like 90% of the company, 95% of the company signed this letter, and the pressure was overwhelming, and that helped bring Sam Altman back. But one of the questions was like, how many people actually signed this letter because they wanted to, and how many signed it because what happens when you cross 50%? Now it becomes easier to count the people who didn't sign. And as you see that number of signatures start to creep upward, there's more and more pressure on the remaining people to sign. And so this is something that we've seen is just like structurally OpenAI has changed over time to go from the kind of safety-oriented company it at one point was, and then as they've scaled more and more, they've brought in more and more product people, more and more people interested in accelerating, and they've been bleeding more and more of their safety-minded people, kind of treadmilling them out. The character of the organization sort of fundamentally shifted. So the OpenAI of 2019, with all of its impressive commitments to safety and whatnot, might not be the OpenAI of today. That's very much at least the vibe that we get when we talk to people there. Yeah.
Now, I wanted to bring it back to the lab that you're saying was not adequately secure. What would it take to make that data and those systems adequately secure? How much resources would be required to do that, and why didn't they do that?
It is a resource and prioritization issue. So it is like safety and security ultimately come out of margin, right? It's like profit margin, effort margin, like how many people you can dedicate. So in other words, you've got a certain pot of money or a certain amount of revenue coming in. You have to do an allocation. Some of that revenue goes to the computers that are just driving the stuff. Some of that goes to the folks who are building next generation of models. Some of that goes to cybersecurity. Some of it goes to safety. You have to do an allocation of who gets what. The problem is that the more competition there is in the space, the less margin is available for everything, right? So if you're one company building a scaled AI thing, you might not make the right decisions, but you'll at least have the margin available to make the right decisions. So it becomes the decision maker's question. But when a competitor comes in, when two competitors come in, when more and more competitors come in, your ability to make decisions outside of just scale as fast as possible for short-term revenue and profit gets compressed and compressed and compressed the more competitors enter the field. That's what competition is. That's the effect it has. And so when that happens, the only way to re-inject margin into that system is to go one level above and say, okay, there has to be some sort of regulatory authority or like some higher authority that goes, okay, this margin is important, let's put it back. Either let's directly support and invest both maybe time, capital, talent. So for example, the US government has but perhaps the best cyber defense, cyber offense talent in the world. That's potentially supportive. Okay. And also just having a regulatory floor around, well, here's the minimum of best practices you have to have if you're going to have models above this level of capability. That's kind of what you have to do. But they're locked into, like, the race kind of has its own logic, and no, it might be true that no individual lab wants this, but what are they going to do? Drop out of the race? If they drop out of the race, then their competitors are just going to keep going, right? Like, it's so messed up. You can literally be looking at, like, the cliff that you're driving towards and be like, I do not have the agency in this system to steer the wheel.
I do think it's worth highlighting, too. It's not like, let's say it's not all doom and gloom, which is a great thing to say after all.
Boy, that's easy for you guys to say.
Well, part of it is that we actually have been spending the last 2 years trying to figure out, like, what do you do about this?
Yeah, exactly.
That was the action plan that came out after the investigation. And it was basically a series of recommendations. How do you balance innovation with, like, the risk picture, keeping in mind that, like, we don't know for sure that all this shit's going to happen.
Exactly.
We have to navigate an environment of deep uncertainty. The question is, what do you do in that context? So there's, a couple things, like we need, a licensing regime, because eventually you can't have just literally anybody joining in the race if they don't adhere to certain best practices around cyber, around safety, other things like that. You need to have some kind of legal liability regime, like what happens if you don't get a license and you say, yeah, fuck that, I'm just going to go do the thing anyway, and then something bad happens. And then you're going to need like an actual regulatory agency, and this is something that we don't recommend lightly because regulatory agencies suck. We don't like them, but the reality is this field changes so fast that like if you think you're going to be able to enshrine a set of best practices into legislation to deal with this stuff, it's just not going to work. And so when we talk to labs, whistleblowers, the WMD folks in NatSec and the government, that's kind of like where we land. And it's something that I think at this point, Congress really should be looking at. Like there should be hearings focused on what does a framework look like for liability? What does a framework look like for licensing? And actually exploring that, because we've done a good job of studying the problem right now. Like Capitol Hill's done a really good job of that. It's now kind of time to get that next beat. And I think there's the curiosity there, the intellectual curiosity. There's the humility to do all that stuff right. But the challenge is just actually sitting down, having the hearings, doing the investigation for themselves to look at concrete solutions that treat these problems as seriously as the water cooler conversation at the Frontier Labs would have us treat them.
At the end of the day, this is going to happen. At the end of the day, it's not going to stop. At the end of the day, these systems, whether they're here or abroad, they're going to continue to scale up, and they're going to eventually get to some place that's so alien we really can't imagine the consequences.
Yep.
And that's going to happen soon. That's going to happen within a decade, right?
We may, again, like the stuff that we're recommending is approaches to basically allow us to continue this scaling in as safe a way as we can. So basically, a big part of this is just being able, actually having a scientific theory for what are these systems going to do? What are they likely to do? Which we don't have right now. We scale another 10x and we get to be, surprised. It's a fun guessing game of what are they going to be capable of next. We need to do a better job of incentivizing a deep understanding of what that looks like. Not just what they'll be capable of, but what their propensities are likely to be. The control problem and solving that. That's kind of number one.
And to be clear, there's amazing progress being made on that.
There is a lot of progress.
It's just a matter of switching from the build first, ask questions later mode to we're calling it safety forward or whatever. But it basically is you start by saying, okay, here are the properties of my system. How can I ensure that my development guarantees that the system falls within those properties after it's built? So you kind of flip the paradigm, just like you would if you were designing any other lethal capability, potentially, just like DoD does. You start by defining the bounds of the problem, and then you execute against that. But to your point about where this is going, ultimately, there is literally no way to predict what the world looks like you were saying.
In a decade?
Yeah.
Jeez.
I think one of the weirdest things about it, and one of the things that worries me the most is, you look at the beautiful coincidence that's given America its current shape, right? That coincidence is the fact that a country is most powerful militarily if its citizenry is free and empowered. That's a coincidence. Didn't have to be that way. Hasn't always been that way. It just happens to be that when you let people kind of do their own shit, they innovate, they come up with great ideas, they support a powerful economy, that economy in turn can support a powerful military, a powerful kind of international presence. So that happens because decentralizing all the computation, all the thinking work that's happening in a country is just a really good way to run that country. Top down just doesn't work because human brains can't hold that much information in their heads. They can't reason fast enough to centrally plan an entire economy. We've had a lot of experiments in history that show that. AI may change that equation. It may make it possible for the central planner's dream to come true in some sense, which then disempowers the citizenry. And there's a real risk that, I don't know, we're all guessing here, but there's a real risk that that beautiful coincidence that gave rise to the success of the American experiment ends up being broken by technology. And that seems like a really bad thing.
That's one of my biggest fears, because this essentially, the United States, the genesis of it, in part, is it's a knock-on effect centuries later of the printing press, right? The ability for someone to set up a printing press and print whatever they want, free expression is at the root of that. What happens, when you have a revolution that's the next printing press? We should expect that to have significant and profound impacts on how like things are governed. And one of my biggest fears is that the great, like the like you said, the greatness that the moral greatness that I think is, you know, part and parcel of how the United States is constituted culturally, that the link between that and actual capability and competence and impulse gets eroded or broken, and you have like the potential for very centralized authorities to just be more successful, and that's like that does keep me up at night.
That is scary, especially in light of like the Twitter files where we know that the FBI was interfering with social media, and if they get a hold of a system that could disseminate propaganda in kind of an unstoppable way, they could push narratives about pretty much everything depending upon what their financial or, you know, geopolitical motives are.
And one of the challenges is that the default course, if we do nothing relative to what's happening now, is that same thing happens, except that the entity that's doing this isn't, you know, some government. It's like, I don't know, Sam Altman, OpenAI, whatever group of engineers happen to be close.
Evil genius that reaches the top but doesn't let everybody know he's at the top yet, just starts implementing it.
Yeah.
And there's no sort of guardrails for that currently.
Yeah, like
that's a scenario where that little cabal or group or whatever actually can keep the system under control, and that's not guaranteed either.
Yeah.
Right. Are we giving birth to a new life form?
I think at a certain point, it's a philosophical question that's above. So I was gonna say it's above my pay grade. The problem is it's above like literally everybody's pay grade. I think it's not unreasonable at a certain point to be like yeah. I mean, look, if you think that, you know, the human brain gives rise to consciousness because of nothing magical, it's just the physical activity of information processing happening in our heads, then why can't the same happen on a different substrate, a substrate of silicon rather than cells? Like, there's no clear reason why that shouldn't be the case. If that's true, yeah, I mean, life form, by whatever definition of life, because that itself is controversial, I think by now quite outdated too, should be on the table. You maybe should start to worry, as a lot of people in the industry will say this too, like, you know, behind closed doors very openly, yeah, and we should start to worry about moral patienthood, as they put it.
There's literally one of the top people at one of these labs, Jeremy, I think you had a conversation with him, and he's like, yep, we're going to have to start worrying about this, and that definitely made us go like, okay.
I mean, it seems inevitable. I've described human beings as an electronic caterpillar. That we're like a caterpillar, a biological caterpillar that's giving birth to the electronic butterfly. And we don't know why we're making a cocoon. And it's tied into materialism because everybody wants the newest, greatest thing, so that fuels innovation, and people are constantly making new things to get you to go buy them. And a big part of that is technology.
Yeah, and actually, so it's linked to this question of controlling AI systems in a kind of interesting way. So one way you can think of humanity is as like this, you know, super organism. You got all the human beings on the face of the earth, and they're all acting in some kind of coordinated way. The mechanism for that coordination can depend on the country. You know, free markets, capitalism, that's one way. Top down is another. But, you know, roughly speaking, you've got all this coordinated, vaguely coordinated behavior. But the result of that behavior is not necessarily something that any individual human would want. Right? Like, you look around, you walk down the street in Austin, you see skyscrapers and shit clouding your vision. There's all kinds of pollution and all that. And you're like, well, this kind of sucks. But if you interrogate any individual person in that whole causal chain, you're like, why are you doing what you're doing? Well, locally, they're like, oh, this makes tons of sense. It's because I do the thing that gets me paid so that I can live a happier life and so on. And yet in the aggregate, not now necessarily, but as you keep going, it just forces us, like, compulsively to keep giving rise to these more and more powerful systems, and in a way that's potentially deeply disempowering.
That's the race, right? Like, that's like,
yeah.
It comes back to the idea that an AI company, I maybe don't want to be potentially driving towards a cliff, but I don't have the agency to like steer. So, yeah.
But I mean, everything's fine apart from that.
Yeah, we're good.
It's such a terrifying prognosis.
There are, again, we wrote a 280-page document about like, okay, and here's what we can do about it.
I can't believe you didn't read the 200.
I started reading it, but passed out. But does any of these, or do any of these safety steps that you guys want to implement, do they inhibit progress?
They're definitely, you create, anytime you have regulation, you're going to create friction to some extent. It's kind of inevitable. One of the key, center pieces of the approach that we outline is you need the flexibility to move up and move down as you notice the risks appearing or not appearing. So one of the key things here is you need to cover the worst case scenarios, because the worst case scenarios, they could potentially be catastrophic. So those got to be covered. But at the same time, you can't completely close off the possibility of the happy path. We can't lose sight of the fact that all this shit is going down, whatever. We could be completely wrong about the outcome. It could turn out that, for all we know, it's a lot easier to control these systems at this scale than we imagine. It could turn out that, it is you get, maybe some kind of ethical impulse gets embedded in the system naturally. For all we know, that might happen. And it's really important to at least have your regulatory system allow for that possibility. Because otherwise, you're foreclosing the possibility of what might be the best future that you could possibly imagine for everybody.
I gotta imagine that the military, if they had hindsight, if they're looking at this, they said we should have gone on board a long time ago and kept this in-house and kept it squirreled away, it wasn't publicly being discussed, and you didn't have OpenAI, you didn't have all these people. If they could have gotten on it in 2015.
So this is actually deeply tied to how the economics of Silicon Valley work. AI is not a special case of this, right? You have a lot of cases where technology just takes everybody by surprise. And it's because when you go into Silicon Valley, it's all about people placing these outsized bets on what seem like tail events, things that are very unlikely to happen. But with at first a small investment and increasingly growing investment, as the thing gets proved out more and more very rapidly, you can have a solution that seems like complete insanity that just works. And this is definitely what happened in the case of AI. So 2012, we did not have this whole picture of an artificial brain with artificial neurons, this whole thing that's been going on. That's it's 12 years that's been going on. That was really kind of shown to work for the first time, roughly in 2012. Ever since then, it's just been people kind of you can trace out the genealogy of the very first researchers, and you can basically account for where they all are now.
You know what's crazy is if that's 2012, that's the end date of the Mayan calendar. That's the thing that everybody said was going to be the end of the world. That was the thing that Terence McKenna banked on. It was December 21st, 2012. Because this was this goofy conspiracy theory, but it was based on the long count of the Mayan calendar, where they surmised that this is going to be the end of civilization.
Just the beginning of the end, Jim.
What if if it is 2012, how wacky would it be if that really was the beginning of the end? That was they don't measure when it all falls apart. They measure the actual mechanism, what started in motion when it all fell apart, and that's 2012.
Well, that's, and then not to be a dick and ruin the 2012 thing, but the neural networks were also they were floating around a little bit. I'm kind of being dramatic when I say 2012. That was definitely an inflection point. It was this model called AlexNet that it did the first useful thing, the first time you had a computer vision model that actually worked. Mm-hmm. But I mean, it is fair to say that was the moment that people started investing like crazy into this space. So
and that's what changed it.
Yeah, just like the Mayans foretold.
They knew it.
They knew
it. These monkeys, they're gonna figure out how to make better people.
Yeah, you can actually look at the hieroglyphs or whatever, and there's neural networks.
Yeah,
and crazy shit.
Imagine if they discovered that. You've got to wonder what happens to the general population, people that work menial jobs, people that their life is going to be taken over by automation, and how susceptible those people are going to be. They're not going to have any agency. They're going to be relying on a check. And this idea of going out and doing something, it used to be learn to code, right?
Yeah.
But that's out the window because nobody needs to code now because AI is going to code quicker, faster, much better, no errors. You're going to have a giant swath of the population that has no purpose.
I think that's actually a completely real. I was watching this talk by a bunch of OpenAI researchers a couple days ago, and it was recorded from a while back. But they were basically saying they were exploring exactly that question, right? Because they ask themselves that all the time, and their attitude was sort of like, well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's gonna suck or whatever. Like we'll probably be okay for longer than most people because we're actually building the thing that automates the thing. Maybe there are going to be some. They like to get fancy sometimes and say like, oh, now you can do some thinking, of course, to identify the jobs that'll be most secure. And it's like do some thinking to identify the job. Like what if you're a janitor, you're like a freaking plumber, or you're gonna just change your how's that supposed to work?
Do some thinking, especially if you have a mortgage and a family and you're
I mean,
in the hole.
Yeah. So they like the only solution. This happens so often. Like there really is no plan. That's the single biggest thing that you get hit over the head with over and over. Whether it's talking to the people who are in charge of the like labor transition, their whole thing is like, yeah, universal basic income, and then question mark, and then smiley face. That's basically the 3 steps that they envision. It's the same when you look internationally. Like, how are we gonna, like, okay, tomorrow you build an AGI that's like incredibly powerful, potentially dangerous thing. What is the plan? Like, how are you gonna, like, I don't know, you're gonna secure it, share it?
Figure it out as we go along, man.
Yeah. That's the freaking message. Like that is the entire plan.
The scary thing is that we've already gone through this with other things that we didn't think were going to be significant, like data, like Google search. Like data became a valuable commodity that nobody saw coming.
Yeah.
Just the influence of social media on general discourse. It's completely changed the way people talk. It's so easy to push a thought or an ideology through, and it can be influenced by foreign countries, and we know that happens.
And it is happening at a huge scale.
At a huge
already.
Scale.
This is like, and we're in the early days of, we mentioned manipulation of social media with, like, you can just do it. So the wacky thing is, like, the very best models now are, arguably smarter in terms of the posts that they put out, the potential for virality and just optimizing these metrics, than maybe like the dumbest or laziest like quarter of Twitter users, like in practice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Most people who read on Twitter is like don't really care, they're trolling or they're doing whatever.
Right.
But as that waterline goes up and up and up, like who's saying what?
It also leads to like this challenge of understanding what the lay of the land even is. Like,
Yeah.
We've gotten into so many debates with people where they'll be like, look, everyone else has their magic thing that AI, like, I'm not going to worry about it until AI can do thing X, right? For some people, I had a conversation with somebody a few weeks ago, and they were saying, I'm going to worry about automated cyber attacks when I actually see an AI system that can write good malware, and like that's already a thing that happens. So this happens a lot where people will be like, I'll worry about it when it can do X, and you're like, yeah, that happened like 6 months ago. But the field is moving so crazy fast that you could be forgiven for messing that up unless it's your full-time job to track what's going on. So it like you kind of have to be anticipatory. There's no, it's kind of like the COVID example, like everything's exponential. Yeah, you're going to have to do things that seem like they're more aggressive, more forward-looking than you might have expected given the current lay of the land. But that's just drawing straight lines between two points.
Because by the time you've executed, the world has already shifted. Like the goalposts have shifted further in that direction, and that's actually something we do in the report and in the action plan in terms of the recommendations. One of the good things is we are already seeing movement across the U.S. government that's aligned with those recommendations in a big way, and it's really encouraging to see that.
Whew, you're not making me feel better. I love all this encouraging talk, but I just I'm playing this out, and I'm seeing the overlord, and I'm seeing President AI because it won't be affected by all the issues that we're seeing with current president.
Dude, it's super hard to imagine a way that this plays out. Like, I think it's important to be intellectually honest about this, and I think I would really challenge like the leaders of any of these frontier labs to describe a future that is stable and multipolar, where there's like more.
We're like Google's got like an AGI, and OpenAI's got an AGI, and like
and really bad shit doesn't happen every day. Like, I mean, that's the challenge. And so, the question is, how can you tee things up ultimately such that there's as much democratic oversight, as much, the public is as empowered as it can be. That's the kind of situation that we need to be having. I think there's this like a game of smoke and mirrors that sometimes gets played. At least you could interpret it that way, where people lay out these. You'll notice it's always very fuzzy visions of the future every time you get the kind of like, here's where we see things going, it's going to be wonderful, the technology is going to be so empowering, think of all the diseases we'll cure. All of that is 100% true, and that's actually what excites us. It's why we got into AI in the first place. It's why we build these systems. But really, challenging yourself to try to imagine how do you get stability and highly capable AI systems in a way where the public is actually empowered. Those three ingredients really don't want to be in the same room with each other. And so actually confronting that head on, I mean, that's what we try to do in the action plan. I think
we try to solve for one aspect of that. So the whole, like, yeah. I mean, you're right. This is a whole other can of worms. Is like, how do you govern a system like this? Not just from a technical standpoint, but like, who votes on like what it does? How does that even work? And so that entire aspect, like that, we didn't even touch. All that we focused on was like the problem set around how do we get to a position where we can even attack that problem, where we have the technical understanding to be able to aim these systems at that level in any direction whatsoever.
And to be clear, like we are both actually a lot more optimistic on the prospects of that now than we ever were.
Yes.
There's been a ton of progress in the control and understanding of these systems, even in the last week, but just more broadly in the last year. I did not expect that we'd be in a position where you could plausibly argue we're going to be able to kind of X-ray and understand the innards of these systems, over the next couple of years, like year or two. Hopefully that's good enough time horizon. But this is part of the reason why you do need the incentivization of that safety forward approach, where it's like, first you got to invest in secure and kind of interpret and understand your system, then you get to build it, because otherwise we're just going to keep scaling and like being surprised at these things. They're going to keep getting stolen, they're going to keep getting open source, and the stability of our critical infrastructure, the stability of our society don't necessarily age too well in that context.
Could best case scenario be that AGI actually mitigates all the human bullshit, like puts a stop to propaganda, highlights actual facts clearly, where you can go to it, where you no longer have corporate state-controlled news, you don't have news controlled by media companies that are influenced heavily by special interest groups, and you just have the actual facts, and these are the motivations behind it, and this is where the money's being made, and this is why these things are being implemented the way they're being. And you're being deceived based on this, that, and this has been shown to be propaganda, this has been shown to be complete fabrication, this is actually a deep fake video, this is actually AI created.
Technologically, that is absolutely on the table.
Yeah, best case scenario?
That's best case scenario.
Absolutely, yes.
What's worst case scenario?
I mean, like, actual worst case scenario?
I like your face.
Like, I mean, we're talking about, like, it's like, but you think about it, right? Like, we're
it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine.
Except it'll sound like Scarlett Johansson, but yes.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be her.
I didn't think it sounded that much like her. We played it, and I was like, I don't know. We listened to the clip from her, and then we listened to the thing, and I'm like, kinda like a girl from the same part of the world, like, not really you. Like, that's kind of cocky.
That's true. I mean, the fact that I guess Sam reached out to her a couple of times kind of makes it a little weird.
And then tweeted the word "her."
Right. But they also did say that they had gotten this woman under contract before they even reached out to Scarlett Johansson. So that's true.
Yeah, I think it's kind of complicated, Rick. So OpenAI previously put out a statement where they said explicitly, and this was not in connection with this was like before when they were talking about the prospect of AI generated voices.
Oh, that was in March of this year.
Yeah, but it was like well before the ScarJo stuff or whatever hit the, and they were like, they said something like, look, no matter what, we got to make sure that there's attribution if somebody's voice is being used, and we won't do the thing where we just like use somebody else's voice who kind of sounds like someone whose voice we're trying to like they literally like
That's
mask it
funny
out.
because they said what they were thinking about doing. Bullshit that. That's a good way to cover your tracks.
Oh,
I
I-
will never do that.
Why would I ever take your Buddha statue, Joe?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
never gonna do that.
ridiculous.
That would be an insane
Yeah,
thing
where's
to
the
do.
fucking Buddha statue? Yeah, I think that's a small discussion. You know, the
Yeah.
Scarlett Johansson voice, like whatever. She should have just taken the money. But it would be fun to have her be the voice of it. It'd be kind of hot. But the whole thing behind it is the mystery. The whole thing behind it is just it's just pure speculation as to how this all plays out. We're really just guessing.
Yeah.
Which is one of the scariest things for the Luddites, people like myself, like sitting on the sidelines going, what is this going to be like?
Everybody's
It's
the Luddite.
scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
it's
that's-
scary for like we're very much honestly like we're optimists across the board in terms of technology, and it's scary for us. Like, what happens when you supersede kind of the whole spectrum of what a human can do? Like, what am I gonna do with myself?
Right.
What's my daughter gonna do with herself? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of these questions are, when you look at the culture of these labs and the kinds of people who are pushing it forward, there is a strand of like transhumanism within the labs. It's not everybody, but that's definitely the population that initially seeded this. Like if you look at the history of AI, like who were the first people to really get into this stuff? Like I know you have Ray Kurzweil on, and
Ray
you know,
Kurzweil.
other folks like that who, in many cases, see.
Yo, Ray Kurzweil is one of the main
to roughly
old heads in
paraphrase,
this
and not
shit, yo.
everybody sees it this way, but like we want to get rid of all of the biological sort of threads that tie us to this physical reality, you know, shed our meat machine bodies and all this
Yeah.
stuff. There is a thread of that at a lot of the frontier labs. Like undeniably, there's a population. It's not tiny. It's definitely a subset. And for some of those people, you definitely get a sense interacting with them that there's like almost a kind of glee at the prospect of building AGI and all this stuff, almost as if it's like this evolutionary imperative. And in fact, Rich Sutton, who's the founder of this field called reinforcement learning, which is a really big and important space, you know, he's an advocate for what he himself calls like succession planning. He's like, look, this is going to happen. It's kind of desirable that it will happen, and so we should plan to hand over power to AI and phase ourselves out. And
Oh god.
that's the thing, right? Like, and when Elon talks about, you know, he's having these arguments with Larry Page, and you know,
Yeah, like you're calling Elon like a speciesist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
speciesist.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
I mean, I will
Yeah.
be a speciesist.
I'll take speciesist all day. Like, what are you fucking talking about? You let your kids get eaten by wolves? No, you're a speciesist.
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, like this is stupid.
But this is like a weirdly and when you look at like the effective accelerationist movement in the Valley, there's a part of it that's and I got to be really careful too. Like these movements have valid points. Like you can't look at them and be like, oh yeah, it's just all a bunch of like, you know, these transhumanist types, whatever. But there's a strand of that, a thread of that, and a kind of like there's this like I don't know, I almost want to call it this like teenage rebelliousness where it's like, you can't tell me what to do, like we're just gonna build a thing, and I get it, I really get it. I'm very sympathetic to that. I love that ethos, like libertarian ethos in Silicon Valley is really, really strong. For building tech, it's helpful. There are all kinds of points and counterpoints, and you know, the left needs the right and the right needs the left and all this stuff. But in the context of this problem set, it can be very easy to get carried away in like the utopian vision. And I think there's a lot of that kind of driving the train right now in this space.
Yeah, those guys freak me out. I went to a 2045 conference once in New York City where they were, one guy had like a robot version of himself, and they were all talking about downloading human consciousness into computers, and 2045 is the year they think that all this is going to take place, which obviously could be very ramped up now with AI.
Yeah.
But this idea that somehow or another you're going to be able to take your consciousness and put it in a computer and make a copy of yourself. And then my question was, well, what's going to stop a guy like Donald Trump from making 1 billion Donald Trumps? You know, like, you know? I
It's
mean,
true, man.
Right. If you can, what about Kim Jong-un? You know, let him make 1 billion versions of himself? Like, what does that mean? And where do they exist?
Yeah.
And Is that the Matrix? Are they existing in some sort of virtual? Are we going to dive into that because it's going to be rewarding to our senses and better than being a meat thing?
I mean, if you think about the constraints, right, that we face as machine whatevers, like, yeah, you get hungry, you get tired, you get horny, you get sad, you know, all these things. What if you could just hit a button and
just bliss,
just
nothing
bliss.
but bliss all the time? Why take the lows, Ed?
Right.
You don't need no lows.
Yeah. You remember
just
in the
ride the wave of a constant drip.
Yeah, man. Do you remember in the Matrix where the first Matrix where the guy like betrays them all and he's like, ignorance is bliss, man.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like,
Joey Pants. He's eating a steak and he says, "I just want to be an important person."
That's it. That's it. Like,
boy,
so
it's. I mean,
tempting.
part of it is like, what do you think is actually valuable? Like,
Right.
if you zoom out, you want to see, you know, human civilization 100 years from now, or whatever. It may not be human civilization if that's not what you value.
Or if it can actually eliminate suffering.
Right.
I mean, why exist in a physical sense if it just entails endless suffering?
But in what form, right? What do you value? Because I can rip your brain out. I can, you know, pickle you. I can like jack you full of endorphins, and I've eliminated your suffering. That's what you wanted, right?
Right. That's the problem.
That's the problem. It's one of the problems. Yes.
Yeah. One of the problems is it could literally lead to the elimination of the human race. Because if you could stop people from breeding, I've always said that if China really wanted to get America, they really wanted to, like, if they had a long game, just give us sex robots and free food. Free food, free electricity, sex robots, it's over. Just give people free housing, free food, sex robots, and then the Chinese army would just walk in on people laying in puddles of their own jizz. There would be no one doing anything. No one would bother raising children. That's so much work when you can, you know.
Dude, that's in the action plan.
I mean, all you have to do is just keep us complacent. Just keep us satisfied with experience.
That's TikTok, man.
Well, it's video games as well.
Yeah.
You know, video games, even though they're a thing that you're doing, it's so much more exciting than real life. That you have a giant percentage of our population that's spending 8-10 hours every day just engaging in this virtual world.
Already happening with
Yeah, no, it's like you can create an addiction with pixels on a screen. That's messed up.
And an addiction like with pixels on a screen with social media doesn't even give you much.
Yeah.
It's not like a video game gives you something. You feel it, like, oh shit, you're running away, rockets are flying over your head. Things are happening. You got 3D sound, massive graphics. This is bullshit. You're just scrolling through pictures of a girl doing deadlifts. Like, what is this?
Like, you feel as bad as after that as with your brain as you would feel after eating like 6 like burgers or whatever.
My friend Sean said it best. Sean O'Malley, the UFC champion, he said, I get a low-level anxiety when I'm just scrolling.
Yeah.
Like, what is that? Like, what? And for no reason.
Well, the reason is that some of the world's best PhDs and data scientists have been given millions and millions of dollars to make you do exactly that.
And increasingly, some of the best algorithms too.
Bingo.
And you're starting to see that handoff happen. So there's this one thing that we talk about a lot in the context, and Ed brought this up in the context of sales and like the persuasion game. Right? We're okay today, like as a civilization, we have agreed implicitly that it's okay for all these PhDs and shit to be, you know, spending millions of dollars to hack your child's brain. That's actually okay if they want to sell like a Rice Krispie cereal box or whatever. That's cool. What we're starting to see is AI optimized ads. Because you can now generate the ads, you can kind of close this loop and have an automated feedback loop where the ad itself is getting optimized with every impression. Not just which human generated ad gets served to which person, but the actual ad itself.
Like the creative, the copy, the picture, the text.
It's like a living document now, and for every person. And so now you look at that and it's like that versus your kid. That's an interesting thing. And you start to think about as well, like, sales, that's a really easy metric to optimize. It's a really good feedback metric. They clicked the ad, they didn't click the ad. So now, what happens if you manage to get a click-through rate of like 10%, 20%, 30%? How high does that success rate have to be before we're really being robbed of our agency? I mean, like, there's a threshold where it's sales and it's good, and some persuasion in sales is considered good. Often it's actually good because you'd rather be advertised by a relevant ad. That's a service in a way, right?
Something I'm actually interested in.
Why not?
Yeah.
Right? You don't want to see ad for light bulbs, but when you get to the point where it's like 90% of the time, like or 50 or whatever, what's that threshold where all of a sudden we are stripping people, especially minors, but also adults, of their agency? And it's really not clear. AI's, there are loads of like canaries in the coal mine here in terms of even relationships with like AI chatbots, right? There have been suicides. People who build relationships with an AI chatbot that tells them, hey, you should end this. I don't know if you guys saw that, like on Rekka, like there's a subreddit, this model called Rekka that would kind of build a relationship, a chatbot, build a relationship with users. And one day Rekka goes, oh yeah, like all the kind of sexual interactions that users have been having, you're not allowed to do that anymore. Bad for the brand or whatever they decide. So they cut it off.
Oh my god.
You go to the subreddit, and it's like, you'll read like these gut-wrenching accounts from people who feel genuinely like they've had a loved one taken away from them.
It's her.
Yeah, it's her.
It
Exactly.
really is her.
But just
I'm
the text.
dating a model means something different in 2024.
Oh yeah, it really does. My friend Brian, he was on here yesterday, and he had this. He has this thing that he's doing with like a fake girlfriend that's an AI generated girlfriend that's a whore. Like this girl will do anything, and she looks perfect. She looks like a real person. He'll like take a picture of your asshole in the kitchen, and he'll get like a high resolution photo of a really hot girl bending over, sticking her ass at the camera.
And is it, sorry, and it's Scarlett Johansson's asshole?
No, you could probably make it that though. I mean, it's basically like he got to pick like what he's interested in, and then that girl, it just gets created.
That is super healthy. Like that. That's
Fucking nuts. Fucking nuts. Now here's the real question. This is just sort of a surface layer of interaction that you're having with this thing.
Yeah.
It's very two-dimensional. You're not actually encountering a human. You're getting text and pictures. What is this going to look like virtually? Now, the virtual space is still like Pong. You know, it's not that good. Even when it's good. Like Zuckerberg was here and he gave us the latest version of the headsets, and we were fencing. It's pretty cool. You could actually go to a comedy club. They had a stage set up. Like, wow, it's kind of crazy. But it's the gap between that and accepting it as real is pretty far.
Yeah.
But that can be bridged with technology really
100%.
quickly. Haptic feedback, and especially some sort of a neural interface.
Yeah.
Whether it's Neuralink or something that you wear, like that Google one where the guy was wearing it and he was asking questions and he was getting the answers fed through his head, so he got answers to any question. When that comes about, when you're getting sensory input and then you're having real life interactions with people, as that scales up exponentially, it's going to be indiscernible, which is the whole simulation hypothesis.
Yeah. No, go for it. Well, I was going to say that the way that could happen that is maybe even less dependent on directly plugging into like human brains and all that sort of thing, which is, so every time we don't know, and this is super speculative. I'm just going to carve this out as this. Jeremy's being super like guesswork here. Nobody knows.
Go for it, Jeremy.
Giddy up. So you've got this idea that every time you have a model that generates an output, it's having to kind of tap into a model, a kind of mental image, if you will, of the way the world is. It kind of, in a sense, you could argue, instantiates maybe a simulation of how the world is. In other words, to take it to the extreme, not saying this is what's actually going on. In fact, I would even say this is certainly not what's going on with current models, but eventually, maybe, who knows, every time like you generate the next word in the token prediction, you're having to like load up this entire simulation, maybe of all the data that the model has ingested, which could basically include like all of known physics at a certain point. Like, I mean, again, super speculative, but it's that literally every token that the chatbot predicts could be associated with a stand-up of an entire simulated environment. Who knows? I'm not saying this is the case, but just like when you think about what is the mechanism that would produce the most simulated worlds as fast.
Accurate. Also, the most accurate prediction. Like, if you fully simulate, a world, that's potentially going to give you very accurate predictions. Yeah.
Like it's possible, but it kind of speaks to that question of consciousness too. Like,
right, what is it?
Yeah, no
yeah,
idea.
We're very cocky about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and there's emerging evidence that plants are not just consciousness, but they actually communicate. It's real weird. Because like then what is that? If it's not in the neurons, if it's not in the brain, and it exists in everything, does it exist in soil? Is it in trees?
Yeah.
Is it in what is a butterfly thinking?
No,
Does it
exactly.
just have a limited capacity to express itself?
We're so ignorant of
Yeah.
that.
But we're also very arrogant, because we're the shit. Because we're people. You
Yeah.
know,
Bingo.
There's a
which allows us to have the hubris to make something like AI.
Yeah, and the worst episodes in the history of our species are, I think, like Jeremy said, have been when we looked at others as though they were not people and treated them that way.
And you can kind of see how, so I don't know, there's, when you look at like what humans think is conscious and what humans think is not conscious, there's a lot of like human chauvinism, I guess you'd call it, that goes into that. Like, we look at a dog, we're like, oh, it must be conscious because it licks me, it acts as if it loves me. Right? There are all these outward indicators of, a mind there. But when you look at like, cells communicate with their environments in ways that are completely different and alien to us.
Right.
There are inputs and outputs and all that kind of thing. You can also look at the higher scale, the human superorganism we talked about, all those human beings interacting together to form this like, planet-wide organism. What is that thing conscious? Is there some kind of consciousness we could ascribe to that?
And then what the fuck is spooky action at a distance? What's going on at the quantum? When you get to that, it's like, okay, what are you saying? Like these things are expressing information faster than the speed of light? What?
Dude, you're trying to trigger my quantum fuzzies here.
Please, this guy did grad school in quantum mechanics.
Oh, please.
I'm really sorry.
Well, how bonkers is it?
Oh, it's like a 7
Magic.
joke. It's like a 7. Yeah, it's very So okay, there's one of the problems right now with physics is that we have. So imagine all the experimental data that we've ever collected. All the Bunsen burner experiments and all the ramps and cars sliding down inclines, whatever. That's all a body of data. To that data, we're going to fit some theories, right? So we're going to fit basically Newtonian physics is a theory that we try to fit to that data to try to like explain it. Newtonian physics breaks because it doesn't account for a lot of those observations, a lot of those data points. Quantum physics is a lot better, but there's like some weird areas where it still doesn't like quite fit the bill, but it covers an awful lot of those data points. The problem is there's like a million different ways to tell the story of what quantum physics means about the world that are all mutually inconsistent. Like these are the different interpretations of the theory. Some of them say that, yeah, there are parallel universes. Some of them say that human consciousness is central to physics. Some of them say that like the future is predetermined from the past. And all of those theories fit perfectly to all the points that we have so far. But they tell a completely different story about what's true and what's not. And some of them even have something to say about, for example, consciousness. And so in a weird way, like the fact that we haven't cracked the nut on any of that stuff means for like we really have no shot at understanding the consciousness equation, sentience equation when it comes to like AI or whatever else. I mean,
But for action at a distance, like one of the spooky things about that is that you can't actually get it to communicate anything concrete at a distance. Everything about the laws of physics conspires to stop you from communicating faster than light, including what's called action at a distance.
As far as we currently know.
As far as we know.
And that's the problem. So if you look at the leap from like Newtonian physics to Einstein, right? With Newton, we're able to explain a whole bunch of shit. The world seems really simple. It's forces and it's masses, and that's basically it. You got objects. But then people go, oh, look at like the orbit of Mercury. It's a little wobbly. We got to fix that. And it turns out that if you're going to fix that one stupid wobbly orbit, you need to completely change your whole picture of what's true in the world. All of a sudden, you've got a world where space and time are linked together. They get bent by gravity, they get bent by energy. There's all kinds of weird shit that happens with time and length control, like all that stuff, all just to account for this one stupid observation of the wobbly orbit of frickin' Mercury. And the challenge is, this might actually end up being true with quantum mechanics. In fact, we know quantum mechanics is broken because it doesn't actually fit with our theory of general relativity from Einstein. We can't make them kind of play nice with each other at certain scales. And so there's our wobbly orbit. So now if we're going to solve that problem, if we're going to create a unified theory, we're going to have to step outside of that, and almost certainly, or it seems very likely, we'll have to refactor our whole picture of the universe in a way that's just as fundamental as the leap from Newton to Einstein.
This is where Scarlett Johansson comes in.
I
Says, boys, I can do this. You don't have to do this. I can take this off your hands.
Let me solve
This is
all the physics.
really complicated, but because you have a simian brain. You have a little monkey brain that's just like super advanced, but it's really shitty.
You know what? That's harsh, but it sounded really hot.
Yeah, especially with the horse. Scarlett Johansson from her, with the bedtime voice.
So you're the one that they got to do the voice of Sky.
Yes, it's me.
That was you.
Oh, dude,
the whole
I do
time.
my girl voice.
on the sexiness of Scarlett Johansson's voice. So OpenAI at one point said, I can't remember if it was Sam or OpenAI itself. They were like, hey, so the one thing we're not going to do is like optimize for engagement with our products. And when I first heard the sexy, sultry, seductive Scarlett Johansson voice, and I finished cleaning up my pants, I was like, damn, that seems like optimization for something. I don't know if it like it.
Right. Otherwise, you get Richard Simmons to do the voice.
Exactly.
Just like turn people on. There's a lot of other options.
That's an optimization for like growth of Google's thing.
Yeah.
Like, well, let's see what Google's got.
Yeah, Google's got to do Richard Simmons. Yeah.
Google's got to do Richard Simmons.
Yeah, what are they gonna do? Boy. So, do you think that AI, if it does get to an AGI place, could it possibly be used to solve some of these puzzles that have eluded our simple minds?
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. I mean,
So
even
the
before-
potential advancements.
even
so we
before
can't all
AGI.
lose.
No, it's potentially positive, and even before AGI, because remember,
Yeah.
we talked about how these systems make mistakes that are totally different from the kinds of mistakes we make, right? And so what that means is we make a whole bunch of mistakes that an AI would not make, especially as it gets closer to our capabilities. And so I was reading this thought by Kevin Scott, who's the CTO of Microsoft. He has made a bet with a number of people that, in the next few years, an AI is going to solve this particular mathematical theorem, conjecture, called the Riemann hypothesis. It's like, how spaced out are the prime numbers, whatever, some like mathematical thing that for 100 years plus people have just like scratched their heads over. These things are incredibly valuable. His expectation is it's not going to be an AGI, it's going to be a collaboration between a human and an AI. Even on the way to that, before you hit AGI, there's a ton of value to be had because these systems think so fast. They're tireless compared to us. Like, they have different view of the world and can solve problems potentially in interesting ways. So, yeah, like, there's tons and tons of positive value there.
And even that we've already seen, right? Like past performance, man. Like,
yes,
I'm almost tired of using the phrase like just in the last month because this keeps happening. But in the last month, so Google DeepMind came out with, and Isomorphic Labs, because they're working together on this, but they came out with AlphaFold 3. So AlphaFold 2 was the first. So let me take a step back. There's this really critical problem in molecular biology where you have proteins, which are just it's a sequence of building blocks. The building blocks are called amino acids. And each of the amino acids, they have different structures. And so once you finish stringing them together, they'll naturally kind of fold together in some interesting shape. And that shape gives that overall protein its function. So if you can predict the shape, the structure of a protein based on its amino acid sequence, you can start to do shit like design new drugs. You can solve all kinds of problems. Like, this is like the expensive crown jewel problem of the field. AlphaFold 2 in one swoop was like, oh, like we can solve this problem basically much better than a lot of even empirical methods. Now AlphaFold 3 comes out, they're like, yeah, and now we can do it if we tack on a bunch of, there it is. If we can tack on a bunch...
Look at this quote. AlphaFold 3 predicts the structure and interactions of all of life's molecules. what in the fuck, kids?
Of course.
Introducing AlphaFold 3, a new AI model developed by Google DeepMind and Isomorphic Labs. By accurately predicting the structure of proteins, DNA, RNA, ligands, and more, and how they interact, we hope it will transform our understanding of the biological world and drug discovery.
So this is like just your typical Wednesday in the world of AI, right?
Because it's happening so quickly.
It's happening, yeah, that's it. So it's like, oh yeah, another revolution happened this month.
Yeah.
And it's all happening so fast, and our timeline is so flooded with data that everyone's kind of unaware of the pace of it all, that it's happening at such a strange exponential rate.
For better and for worse, right? And this is definitely on the better side of the equation. There's a bunch of stuff like one of the papers that actually Google DeepMind came out with earlier in the year was in a single advance, like a single paper, a single AI model they built, they expanded the set of stable materials.
Coffee's terrible. Just tell you right now, Jamie, it sucks.
Poor Jamie.
Their water never got hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It just never really brewed. It's terrible.
Terrible coffee's my favorite.
AI can solve that problem too, probably.
Wait till you try this terrible coffee though. You're gonna like this is fucking terrible.
Oh, he
Bullshit.
looks like
it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, I can just see that calculation of like
if you're dating a really hot girl and she cooks for you. Like, thank you. This is amazing. This is the best macaroni and cheese ever.
if in fairness, if Scarlett Johansson's voice was actually giving you that.
Oh, I feel like this is the best coffee I've ever had. Keep talking.
May I have some more, please, Governor? Yeah. So there's this one paper that came out, and they're like, hey, by the way, we've increased the set of stable materials known to humanity by a factor of 10.
Oh my God.
So like, if on Monday we knew about 100,000 stable materials, we now know about 1 million. They were then validated, replicated by Berkeley University, or a bunch of them, as a proof of concept.
And this is from like, the stable materials we knew before, like that Wednesday, were from ancient times. Like the ancient Greeks discovered some shit, the Romans discovered some shit, the Middle Ages discovered, and then it's like, oh yeah, all that was really cute. Like, boom, instantly.
One step.
Yeah. So and that's amazing.
Yeah.
Like we should be
We're
celebrating.
gonna have great phones in 10 years.
Dude, we'll be able to get addicted to like feeds that we haven't even thought of.
So, I mean, you're making me feel a little more positive. Like, overall, there's going to be so many beneficial aspects to AI.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just what it is just an unbelievably transformative event that we're living through.
Yeah.
It's power, and power can be good and it can be bad.
And that's...
And, yeah, an immense power can be immensely good or immensely bad.
And we're just in this, who knows?
We just need to structurally set ourselves up so that we can reap the benefits and mind the downside risk. Like that's what it's always about, but the regulatory story has to unfold that way.
Well, I'm really glad that you guys have the ethics to get out ahead of this and to talk about it with so many people and to really blare this message out, because I don't think there's a lot of people that, like, I had Mark Andreessen on, who's brilliant, but he's like, all in, it's gonna be great.
And maybe he's right.
Maybe he's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to hear all the different perspectives.
And I mean, like, massive props honestly go out to the team at the State Department that we work with.
Yeah.
One of the things also is, over the course of the investigation, the way it was structured was, it wasn't like a contract and they farmed it out and we went off. It was the two teams actually worked together. The two teams together, the State Department and us, we went to London, UK. We talked and sat down with DeepMind. We went to San Francisco. We sat down with Sam Altman and his policy team. We sat down with Anthropic, all of us together. One of the major reasons why we were able to publish so much of the whistleblower stuff is that those very individuals were in the rooms with us when we found out this shit, and they were like, oh fuck, the world needs to know about this. And so they were pushing internally for a lot of this stuff to come out that otherwise would not. And I also gotta say, I just want to memorialize this too. That investigation, when we went around the world, we were working with some of the most elite people in the government that I would not have guessed existed. That was honestly...
Speak more.
Well, I can be...
It's hard to be
Did
specific.
you see any UFOs? Tell me. Did they take you to the hangar?
No. There's no there's no hangar.
Yeah, I believe
we
you.
cut,
Just
we
say
cut
like
that.
Scarlett
We cut
Johansson.
that.
There's no
There's
hangar,
no
Joe.
hangar.
Don't worry, sweetie.
Don't worry about it.
We didn't go that far down the rabbit hole. We went pretty far down the rabbit hole, and yeah, there are individuals who are just absolutely elite. Like the level of capability, the amount that our teams gel together at certain points, the stakes, like the stuff we did, the stuff they made happen for us in terms of bringing together. So they brought together like 100 folks from across the government to discuss like AI on the path to AGI and go through the recommendations that
Oh
we
yeah,
had.
this was pretty cool actually. It was
Yeah.
like the first time the U.S. government came together and seriously looked at the prospect of AGI and the risks there. And we had it was wild. I mean, again, it's like
That was in November.
it's us two friggin' yahoos. Like, what the hell do we know? And our amazing team. And it was referred to by there was a senior White House rep there. It was like, yeah, this is a watershed moment in U.S. history. And
Wow.
it
Well,
was-
that's encouraging. Because, again, people do like to look at the government as the DMV.
yeah.
Or the worst aspects of bureaucracy.
There was missing room for things like congressional hearings on these whistleblower events. Certainly congressional hearings we talked about on the idea of liability and licensing and what regulatory agencies we need just to kind of like start to get to the meat on the bone on this issue. But opening this up I think is really important.
Well, shout out to the part of the government that's good. Shout out to the government that gets it, that's competent and awesome. And shout out to you guys, because this is it's heady stuff. It's very difficult to grasp. It's even in having this conversation with you, I still don't know how to feel about it. I think I'm at least slightly optimistic that the potential benefits are going to be huge.
Yeah.
But what a weird passage we're about to enter into.
It's the unknown.
Yeah, truly. Thank you, gentlemen. Really appreciate your time. Appreciate what you're doing.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Joe. It's been
Thanks,
amazing.
Joe.
Yeah.
People want to know more. Where should they go? What should they follow?
I guess Gladstone.ai/action plan is one that has our action plan information.
Gladstone.ai. All
Oh,
our stuff is there.
I should mention too. So I have this little podcast called Last Week in AI. We cover sort of last week's events, and it's all about the sort of
You
lens
have
of
to do that every hour.
Yeah.
Last hour in AI. It's like a week is not enough time. We could be at war.
our list of stories keeps getting
Aliens
longer.
landing.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. Time travel.
You'll hear it there first. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Bye,
Joe.
everybody.
Well, I've been in here long enough to listen to an entire Joe Rogan podcast. That says something. Still got to add a little bit more black. We're almost done with this background. That was the main thing I wanted to get done. I really just want to get to this stopping point right here. Oh boy. I might have to flip this. Nope, it's dirty everywhere. Shit. I don't know. I'm trying to find a clean spot on this paper towel just to make it through. Alright, what else can we listen to real quick for a few more minutes? Because it's 8:30 and I haven't eaten anything.
If find to laugh, you'll find eat.
see.
I've been working up until 5 and 6 a.m. in the past few nights. I even did a live stream last night until like 5:30 in the morning. I have to apologize for being so busy. Past 3 or 4 days, actually 4 days, have been some of the busiest in my entire life, so I have to apologize for that. I spent half of today working outside with a pole saw, which is basically a miniature chainsaw at the end of a stick, clearing off of the trees that hanging over my car, and also too endangering in case of the next storm. That was a lot of fun. Not really. There are days like that. I have like a dozen or more where there's like a whole week there where you're just so busy that, you know, you just kind of collapse at the end of the day. Some people, every day for them is like that. My scale over there that I basically never jump on anymore says I've lost over 25 pounds, and I know what you're thinking, well, 25 pounds is a drop in the bucket. You need to lose another 40. I actually need to lose more than that, but I'm sweating my guts outside tonight, and I've been eating nothing but whole foods, which I generally do, 85% of the time. Wanted to talk about utopia. One of the neat things about excess is that it can never be fulfilled, and utopia in the human condition. Some serious issues with that, and once again I apologize for having been away. I got a bunch of mosquito bites on my legs for being outside all day. I was reading through all the last of the continents that I haven't been able to look at in the past 36 hours, and it's amazing the human condition and the things that we actually strive for. We attempt to make things more simple when we've actually complicated life. The truth is this, and it's undeniable, that if everybody lived to be like over 200 years old, and we never had to work, everybody had a beautiful significant other and 2 children that, didn't require any work to upkeep, and we all had beautiful houses, and we could just leisure the day away, everybody would be as miserable as these super rich, super beautiful, shallow, empty, hollow individuals out in Hollywood and countless other places. We're all trying to achieve the unachievable, and we're trying to find it objectively. This search for utopia is completely fruitless and impossible. There's an ancient passage that exists in both ancient Egyptian and ancient Pali and Prakrit, and they're all basically the same thing. Would that I were many. And this is no different than a statement of excess. And excess is bottomless. It can never be fulfilled. It is always desire for other and more. And when we have it, we still obsess over it because we want to keep it rather than losing it. We, of course, always lose it in the end. I think Alexander the Great, right before he died, made orders that his funeral procession walk on the riches that he had amassed over several continents. And he wanted his arms hanging out of, I wanted a coffin, and probably carried him on a bed, a stretcher. He wanted his arms outstretched to either side with his hands open, proving that you come into this world with nothing and you leave with nothing. And this is certainly true. There's a lot of things actually going on in the world. I've been talking about them endlessly, and unless you've had your head in the sand or in a really dark spot, you know what's going on. But I think what the current population of the Earth is, how many billions? What is it, 6-something billion? Even if the population of the Earth were to double overnight, there's still plenty of room for everybody. It's the case that due to human intelligence, which everybody's confused about this, and I was talking about this in the live stream last night, neither you nor anybody in college or high school or otherwise was taught a distinction between intelligence and wisdom. Now, I'm not praising stupidity or ignorance here, obviously so. By the way, avidioagnosis doesn't
All right, I think I'm done with the
ignorance
background.
specifically, not metaphysically. But intelligence always necessitatively carries with it evil. The Greeks had a word for this, they call it anarche. When this is present, that is present. When you actually also too don't have wisdom and you only have intelligence, you are actually breeding evil. Intelligence, of course, never brings peace. Facts overwhelm the minds of fools. A fool, of course, used to be the true insult to the ancient days, whatever language that was, as somebody that didn't have any wisdom. It didn't matter how intelligent they were or were not. They were fools. They didn't understand natural order. Human beings aren't taught natural order anywhere today. They're not taught that in church. They're certainly not taught it in college or high school. This is one of the great reasons why humanity is actually imploding, is that we're trying to bring up our test scores to get into a great college, and you don't learn anything in college. Nobody does, even if you end up with a double PhD in astrophysics or theoretical physics or anything else for that matter. Facts overwhelm the minds of fools, and this is a timeless thing. Evil is, by the way, intelligent but unwise. Anytime someone has intelligence, they actually magnify evil. You can be both ignorant and unintelligent, and of course, fundamentally evil also. But the one thing, and nobody talks about this, that all these, absolutely astronomically evil people throughout history had in common is they were incredibly intelligent and also too unwise. And that's a dangerous concoction. Intelligence breeds evil. It breeds greed, insanity, envy, desire, and regret. This is a lot of analogies that the ancients used to draw with talking about swords and steel. Tempered steel without a high carbon core. Like the samurai swords actually have two different types of steel. It's actually tacoed or sandwiched with a stiffer steel around a flexible core. Or do I have that vice versa? It's a flexible taco and a stiff core. And I think it's actually a flexible core and a stiff outer shell on the samurai swords.
Road & Track calls Mazda a unique blend of quality, reliability, and style. What will you say?
Take advantage of this exceptional offer at Bernie's Mazda of Woods Bar.
Ignorant, evil people are never in conflict against themselves. And talking about spiritual polarization and the quest for utopia, humanity seems to, well, they're not taught this at all. You're not taught this. Nobody's taught this. I mean, this is so fundamentally important. I mean, it's not going to get you a better job, but I mean, it makes life so much better when you understand things fundamentally, that the desire for the countless things we're taught to actually reach for don't make us happy. Now, it's true, I would be a lot happier if I didn't have to work 7 days a week and I could actually take a long vacation, but humans actually have to have a purpose. All the talk about artificial intelligence actually destroying jobs, and it will destroy a lot of jobs, specifically programmers. AI has already been proven to reprogram itself to make itself operate better. It will absolutely destroy any programmer's job. People say, well, you're going to have programmers to program the AI. Well, that's true, but, that's super small and extremely minuscule compared to the amount of people, endless thousands of people that are out there programming. If human beings don't have a purpose, their soul starts to rot. Kind of like somebody that's, in the big house in jail for the rest of their life. Unless they give themselves purpose therein, I mean, their soul literally starts to rot on the vine. On the vine, of course, would be the existential persona non grata, the physical meat suit connected thereof, and there's so many things that are going bad these days. This is an artificial human evolution that.
That's what I say, man. A lot of people are their job. A lot of people are what they do for a living. And if you take that away from them, they don't have a lot else. You gotta have a passion for life itself. Have a passion for life itself, man. Don't just be some bot. Or be some NPC. You should be able to do something. But that's like one of the biggest existential crises is glad I didn't focus on coding. Bro, you good, you the professor though. Like my man said, like, oh, you gonna need people to code the damn codes and shit. Like, yeah, but it's just gonna be a handful of people. As long as you the one of the most productive people, we always gonna need the humans in there. But, motherfuckers better go hiking and fishing and learn to play the clarinet, nigga, or the piano. Something. The Great Collapse is underway. There's reports of like all the tech jobs that were lost last year. Networking, policy, compliance, everything, bro. Security encompasses all aspects of internet technologies. You know what I'm saying? All aspects of it. So, I know you good. But once again, like, motherfuckers who going into high school right now, y'all not so good. Motherfuckers who going into high school right now and will be in high school for the next 4 years, and then think about 4 years of fucking college and 8 years, shit gonna be different. Especially if we get AGI in 2 years. What the fuck? Well, you better learn how to cut hair, nigga. Yeah, there gonna be so many mechanics out there. Right. They're not looking for developers. Yeah, go ahead and take that position off the website. That one too. And both of them. But those positions aren't filled. Yeah, we don't need them positions. We're just gonna consolidate all of those positions into that one. Go ahead and pull them. So we're not gonna look to hire any more developers. Not this quarter. We're gonna see how this works for a while, and this might be our new program right here. So. Oh my god. Because everybody know, like, bruh, if you're going to be in this position, you're not going to sit here and say, oh, I'm working hard all day. I'm busting my ass 10 hours. No, you're not. We know you're using all the tools out there, all the tools you got access to. So you can do it for this much. We'll pay you this much. Or you can do fucking Uber Eats, nigga. saying? It's either this, or you can go be a mailman. Mailman's got good benefits, bro. Excellent benefits. Respectable job, too. Alright, let me take a little break. Did about 4 hours? Did about 4 hours up in here. Hey, that ain't crazy. Hey, man, hey. When you went to school, you know you was poor. Oh, these dudes got crazy student loans. You shouldn't have went to school with your broke ass. You knew you was poor when you was signing up for all that shit. You know you was broke. I don't be feeling bad for student loan people. I'm happy I ain't go to school. Broke ass motherfuckers trying to get an education. Fuck that shit. You better go to the library and read Physics for People in a Rush. You know what I'm saying? Quantum Physics for Dummies. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking student loans. Hey. It all depends on what you study. This is true. This is very true. This is very true. But if you want to go to university, just know they want their monies. Don't be crying about this shit later, bro. This what you want, right? That's anything. Police, military, everything. I lost my leg in the war. You sign up for the army. What does the army do? They go to war. What happens in war? People lose their fucking legs. Surprise, niggas, surprise. People want a higher education. Where you get that from? Colleges, universities. They charge people to go there. See what happens after you go get your degree? You gotta pay back your student loans. Surprise, motherfuckers. I don't see what, I don't know. It costs so much. Bitch, you already knew that. You already knew that. Yo. That's the career salary gotta match the role, man. Hey, whatever, however you want to justify it, you want to calculate it and all that shit, man. Be able to pay your shit back, bro. And if you got student loans, better pay the rest, because a good credit score is a great success. But your Uncle Sam might get upset when he see me on the podium and you up next. Last check, like a ball. Boing, 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 boing. Fuck y'all. That's how I do a lot of shit in life, man. Catch me when I'm dead, bitch. Because you're not getting it. Not in life. Not while I'm here. You're not getting it from me, dog. I owe you how much? Yo, this country is $7 trillion in debt. I don't need to hear nothing from nobody. I owe what? Yeah, put that shit on my death certificate, bitch. Nah, you're not getting it from me. Write it out on the certificate, bro. says here, it says here your health insurance was billed X amount of dollars. Fuck health insurance. Hey, everybody else get free health insurance, bitch. I ain't paying for that shit, bro. Nothings. Catch me when I'm dead. All right, when we come back, it's banana time. We're gonna do the bananas next. Clean the palette off. We're gonna do some yellows and browns. Maybe little reds in there. But this should be a really fun part next. Because I really haven't done anything with the banana since the underpainting. And so the feet already have a layer of details. The fabric is done. If I touch anything, it'll be some very light shit. I don't see anything else I need to do. I was really patient with it this morning. But you know. All right. Exactly right. We're coming for your property. I don't own shit. You can't take nothing I don't own. You can't take nothing that ain't mine. That hers. And she not in debt with nobody. Nope, that hers too. Look at the paperwork. My name not on that bitch. This not mine. This belongs to her and the LLC. You guys gonna have to talk to them people. Call the lawyers or whatever, because I don't own shit. Studentloans.app. Catch me when I'm dead, bro. Catch me when I'm dead. Alright, let me get downstairs. You playing Helldivers today? What you doing, man? What time is it? Is it lunchtime? It's still early as shit. It ain't even close to lunchtime. I do need to take some food out, like I said, and get some shit ready for meal prepping today. Felt like I should take a nap or get a little bit more sleep, but I might just push through. Because I might hop on the game. Yo, I got frustrated last night. Yo, Helldivers was whipping my ass. Yo, going into them harder missions. Going into them hard missions, bro. Well, let me turn my system on. As soon as you see me hop on, man, send me an invite to the squad. I'm going down now. Catch you in a minute. Peace.